drug paraphernalia. Dodge Chargers are some of the most popular cars for street racing and high-speed getaways, thanks to their powerful engines and aggressive handling. But what happens when one of these muscle cars tries to outrun an Arkansas state? Little Rock PD and state troopers found themselves chasing a Charger through city streets. The driver repeatedly blacked out the car, cutting the lights and hitting high speeds to evade capture.
I'm at the TBI right here, Tatum. Hey, brake check me. Going.
Vicky, baby, how you doing?
49, 641.
Try to call this area. I'm not familiar with it.
Down every place. 375.
Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit right here. Listen to this, man. In 1619, Jamestown colony law required all settlers to grow cannabis for fiber. George Washington grew cannabis hemp as the primary crop at Mount Vernon. And early American medical journals recommended hemp seeds and roots for treating inflamed skin, incontinence, and venereal diseases. You know what's interesting about that? 20 years ago, if you got caught with some weed, they were gonna lock you up. But it was cool, man. When did they make the flip? Like it before you like it.
Where's the other two thumbs?
It's your arm. This bitch, she right. Now she right.
Bumpy road for real.
I'm sorry. Oh.
happening right now, yesterday. What is wrong with people, man? I've been finding so many clips of women just trying to take people off the face of the earth, dog. You know, she a stud. You know, she probably chasing after a woman that got like 6, 7 kids by like 8, 9 dudes. I'll be right about this type of shit 11 out of 10 times, man. Don't let that go over your head, man. And she filmed it. You're going to jail.
Woke up shredded as always. Today was different. Sis was in the bathroom, so I made it a moment. God really been blessing our whole family lately. Abs and cardio day. Fit still has to hit. Look good, feel good, move better. First move of the day, same as always. Took it upstairs, prayed, watched the real Kim, and her words had me in tears. Literally resonated with my spirit. Amazing way to set the tone this morning. Quick pre-work.
Y'all niggas is turning into white girls. What the f is you eating and what the f is you watching? Y'all niggas is turning into white women. What the f is going on?
Look, I don't know nothing about acting like a white girl, but recording yourself dropping a tear is mad feminine. But how is eating a bowl of oats and some eggs equated to being a white girl? Working out, doing positive things in your life. Come on, man. Pause.
This is what happens when y'all want to have babies. Y'all don't never, ever. Y'all don't think about this part. Y'all think about this part when y'all running in labor. Look at it, y'all. In labor. In labor. Look. Yeah, I bet you can't end it at 99 degrees. First baby in a 99 degree drop that I know of. Ooh, that baby will come out looking slim because he on a diet already. It's hot as hell out here. That baby will be slim as hell. I promise you. Baby will come out here sweating so it's 99 degrees. Get me out this oven. If it's 99, I know it's about 245 in there. She got that thing on 250 preheat.
I'm confused. What's going on? Like, is she about to go into labor? Why are they right there instead of being on their way to the hospital, going home to be with the midwife or gonna deliver that baby? Because what's going on, man? I ain't the smartest dude in the world, bro. Why is you out there in that heat knowing you pregnant, man?
County Undersheriff's claims about who up at police officer's home.
And then you have a hog-headed line master like Duke who trying to make like it's a city of Jackson against all law enforcement.
Say that.
And then you have a hog-headed line master like Duke who trying to make like it's a city of Jackson against all law enforcement.
What is your response to him calling you a hoghead, lying bastard?
I have no comment, Ross.
He just lied by saying that the people in Jackson like we all shooting up from high. And he sure a bastard. So how is that not true? He's a hog-head, lying bastard.
That news station message.
Yeah, bro, my folks from Mississippi, they some of the funniest people in the world, naturally, don't even try. And he said, you hog-head, lying bastard. That's the new funky dog head. That's the new one, because Snoop said that when he was talking about Gayle King. I'm using this from now on.
Would you rather stop streaming for a year, or would you just rather stop smoking for a year?
I would stop streaming if I stopped smoking.
Oh, okay, damn, I feel that.
Smoking. Huh? What? I'm keeping it 100. You want me live? I ain't gonna lie. Ain't gonna lie. But I smoke every day.
I feel that.
It's like, are you addicted or you feel like you would stop? You wanted to? Nah. I think you're more addicted to me.
Hey, bro, when people say they're not addicted to smoking, they be lying. Because I'm going to tell you why. Anytime you choose the gas over the bag, yeah, bro, you're addicted.
Tornado, man. Wait a minute, tornado.
I appreciate you being confused. I appreciate you.
Oh, shit.
Today we're asking the real question. What if cookies and cream had a caffeine problem?
Shit. Oh, shit. Y'all got the window. Come right back. Come on. Oh, let's carry him up. So did it. Come on. Come on, y'all. I don't open. Come on. Damn. Get that stuff down right here. Already know. They're not breaking shit down. Look. They're not breaking shit down, man. Motherfucker came, boy. That was crazy. And you, all hands on deck, man. On this, as soon as this shit passed, we need to clean up. We gotta clean down. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. That's my first time ever been in a tornado. They can't find me, cuz.
See, to this day, I get paranoid when they say a tornado touchdown anywhere, dog. Because I remember being in elementary school and we had that tornado and we all went outside in the hallway and ducked down and put our heads like this, and that tornado tore up the other side of the street. Man, to this day, I'm petrified of anything like that.
Let me see your hands. How many occupants are in the vehicle?
What's going on?
How many occupants are in your vehicle?
It's only myself. Why are your weapons drawn? What's going on?
Open the door slowly. Step out. Open the door.
I'm not getting out the vehicle. What's going on?
Get out the car. Open the door slowly. Get out.
What's going on?
Get out of the car. Now. Open the door. Get out the car.
Hold. Keep your hands outside the window. Keep your hands outside the window.
My hands are right here. What's going
Get
on?
out of the car now.
Get out the car.
What's going on?
Get out of the car now. Get out of the car now.
I'm serving this country and this is how I'm treated?
Yo, what? Guess what? I'm a driver too. I don't know, babe.
That's-
Get out of the car.
What's going
Get out
on?
of the car now.
What's going on?
What's going on? You fixing the license says.
I'm sorry, what?
Get out of the car now.
What's going
Get out of the
on?
car now. Get out of the car.
Sir, just get out the car. Work with us and we'll talk to you. Get out the car.
You received an order. Obey it.
I'm honestly afraid to get out. Can I
Get
actually
out.
go?
Get out.
What's going on? What did I do?
Get out
I
now.
have not committed any crime
You're going to stop for a traffic violation. You're not cooperating. At this point, what it is, you're under arrest.
for a traffic
You're being detained. Yeah, you're being detained for
for a traffic violation. I do not have to get out the vehicle. You haven't even told me why I'm being stopped.
Really?
Get your hands
Get out of the car now. Get out of the car.
Get your hands off me, please. Get your hands off me.
You know what?
You know, that's actually really sad. I'm served too. You should be scared. Why should I be scared, bro? You here to serve and protect, bro. That's crazy. Now, I know I saw this video a while ago. Does anyone know whatever happened to this guy? Did this guy get some money? Did he sue this police department? Because, bro, y'all ain't gotta be. No, I don't think a police officer can do you this just because he's mad.
It's so funny whenever I'm going out and like there's a group of dudes or I'm at the bar or whatever and they got 6 packs or whatever and they think I'm looking at them, right? But I'm looking at their thick friend in the back, a little chunky, got a little belly. That's what I'm looking at. Sorry, I'm not saying I'm a chubby chaser. I wouldn't say that, but I don't understand why big people get so much hate and so much animosity and just like they be just sexy. Thick men.
That's right.
Yeah,
And
and
maybe
maybe
fucking,
because I'm
baby. I
Texas,
moved
maybe
these
it's because,
loads.
like, you know, big country
Let's
men
go.
who just lay it on you, you know? I don't know what it is, but I'm definitely picking
Get some
chunky,
mics up for your
thicker
favorite
over
trucker.
a skinny dude any day.
Now, my question is this. Are you actually sexually attracted to this man, or is it on some self-serving shit? Like, if he got the dad bod, he probably don't be out here thinking he hot shit.
The price of pussy just went up. Ladies, okay? When you're with these athletes and rappers, you are all asking for the same shit. Chanel, Kelly, freaking, the little bracelets, the bust-down watches, the trips to Turks and Caicos, the ass shots, the BBLs, the trip to Miami so that you can twerk on the yacht with the bottle of 1942. The shit is played out. They know what you're going to ask for. They got the little taxes already ready for you. They got the hookup with all that shit. They got the hookup with the doctor. That you're not really asking that nigga to do too much. You gotta make that nigga step his game up. You wanna feel that pressure. You wanna be motivated. You gotta tell that nigga to buy you a yeah and put your name it after you. Tell him to get you a penthouse, a mansion, some art, farm, garden, anything. Please, shit.
Hey, bro, the sad part about it is a lot of them goofies gonna do it too, bro. Like, you would think that these men are extra tall. A lot of them dudes are easy on the eyes to women, and they got a lot of money, and they still come from a mindset of, I gotta do this because if I don't, she ain't gonna like me. She's just gonna go to another NBA player. Like, bro, you the nigga, bro. You the king. You don't have to put up with this. Other NBA player, like, bro, you the nigga, bro. You the king. You don't have to put up with this.
Let me tell you $1 million worth of game right quick. I don't used to tell nobody this. Just listen up. I'm gonna tell you how to flip the Banks game. but with new construction. You know, if you walk into a bank and deposit $10,000, the bank actually record that money as a liability on their books, not an asset, a liability. So why we out here grinding to save money, thinking that's the move, when the bank doesn't even treat our money as well? Because most people don't know how money really works. So here's what the bank does with the $10,000. They lend out $90,000 more on top of your money. It's called fractional reserve banking. They collect 6% interest on that 90K. That's $5,400 a year. They give you back maybe $300 if the savings account's lucky. So basically the bank is flipping your money. That makes sense to you? Let me show you how to flip that. Let me show you how to become the bank by using new construction. Here's what we do. Instead of buying a beat up house and fixing it, we build a brand new house from the ground up. Using credit cards and hard money lenders. No banks, no big savings account, no begging for loans. We find a lot, we pull the permits, we use 0% down strategy to fund the build with 0% interest and short-term capital. We build a brand new 3-bedroom, 2-bath home for either $250 to $280K all in. By the time we finish building that brand new home, it's worth $400 to $450K. And the instant equity sitting in the property, we flip the first 1 or 2 to get our money up, and after that, we don't flip it anymore. We rent it out, lock in consistent income, then we go to that same bank and say, hey, Mr. Banker, I got a brand new asset. Tenant in place, strong lease, new construction. I want to do a cash out refi. Or we get a CSCR loan. Bank says, cool. It appraises at $450,000. They give us 80% of that. That's $360,000. Pay off the credit cards and hard money that we use to build. Say it was $280K. Guess what's left? About $80K in your pocket, tax-free. And you still own the property. You're still getting rent every month. Still building wealth, equity, and appreciation. So tell me, who's really playing the game right? The person saving money in the bank, or the person building wealth with the bank's own money? It's like your property pays you to build it. What's better than that? Get in the game.
Hey, bro, I really stand on everything he just said. Now, it isn't as easy as he said it is, and he didn't say it's easy, but a lot of people would assume it is. Like, even if you do have the credit cards and the hard money lender, a lot of them people gonna want you to partner up with someone who has experience. If this is your first rodeo thing, it's gonna be hard for you to get in the deal. But like, the principle, the whole concept behind it is right. I own land, and I'm just holding it until I feel like the right time to develop it comes.
Quinn had to reveal his greatest secret to protect his girlfriend. A secret that would make her hate him forever.
Quinn, what's wrong?
No.
In 2023, the Houston Texans selected quarterback C.J. Stroud from the Ohio State University. And he had the best rookie seasons that we've ever seen at quarterback. The Houston Texans were not even a good organization, but C.J. Stroud played 15 games that year, going 9-6, averaging almost 274 games, and winning the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. And man, the guy had an awesome year. 33 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. In 2024 was supposed to be a lot better, until it wasn't. Don't get me wrong, C.J. Stroud was still good, but he wasn't as good as the first year. Instead of averaging 274 yards a game, he averaged 219 yards passing a game. And they still went 10-7, but he was not nearly as effective as he was the previous year. He experienced what people in the NFL call the sophomore slump. And what happened during the offseason was defensive coordinators were able to study his tape and understand that he had certain weaknesses in his game. And of course, C.J. Stroud was not able to overcome those defensive wrinkles, and because of that, he slumped in comparisons to his first year. This is not just something that happens in football. It also happens in social media. Your boy O'Shea Jackson officially joined YouTube in 2015. In 2025, makes it 10 years strong in the game. And I've experienced my ups and downs. And sometimes you can think because you're good in the business one year, you'll be great the next year, right?
Stop the cap.
And that was the issue with B. Simone by the time 2020 came. You see, B. Simone was living in Dallas, Texas, and was trying to get on. and she found a big opportunity at Wild 'N Out. And by the time 2020 came and B. Simone was trying to go mainstream, around that time she was earning a whopping $1 million a month. This is a long way from B. Simone's insufferable Aaliyah-style dancing videos when she was broke. And then the classic interview with Nick Cannon occurred, and this happened.
He can't have a 9 to 5.
What? Why not? You don't want to have an honest job?
I mean, he could be a hustling entrepreneur.
So you want him to be you want CEO status?
Yes.
Okay, he can't
So
like, he can't clock in and clock out.
No.
Damn,
I
be
think
Simone.
entrepreneurs should date entrepreneurs.
Okay, but still, there's people who have really good jobs with vocational skills. If he's a mechanic,
I'm sure, but no, you're not going to understand my lifestyle. You're not going to understand why I'm up at 3 a.m. And you,
okay, all right.
you know, he has to be an entrepreneur.
A business owner. He getting one of them
Yes.
stimulus packages from Donald Trump, one of the small business loans, and he ain't buying jewelry.
Now, this particular video really made B. Simone, like, it made enemies amongst the sector. Like, it pissed off a lot of black men who were 9 to 5 guys. Now, to be honest, B. Simone's target audience wasn't 9 to 5 working men anyway, so it really didn't hurt her at that time, but it did say a lot about her character. Here was a young lady who was now making $1 million a month. She was making that money really because she was solely tied to Nick Cannon and Wild 'N Out. And instead of really just apologizing for the situation, B. Simone doubled down.
Have my dream career, I manifested it. I'm trying to manifest a husband. Ain't nothing wrong with a nigga with a 9 to 5. I get it. They work hard. They used to have a 9 to 5. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. You work hard, you have money. I get it. I need an entrepreneur. I need somebody that understands my mindset. Somebody that has the same lifestyle. It has to do with money, everything to do with lifestyle. Okay? When I'm in the bed at 3 a.m. checking emails, what you doing, babe? Working? What you doing? Working? Okay, love you. You want to have our flight tomorrow? I have a meeting in out of town. You want to go? You got to do that? Let's go. Okay. You understand my life?
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down.
3 signs your car accident is worth major compensation. If you've been in a car accident recently, there are 3.
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. You think you is?
Now, I think it's obvious to understand that as content creators, which I would consider B. Simone to be, she had what is called clout. Now, you got guys that come onto the platform, and because of whatever they did before, if they start social media influencing, they will get clout, right? We've seen so many people do that. Look at Shannon Sharp, you know, Stephen A. Smith on YouTube, Kwame Brown, guys who are successful in other industries. They come onto the social media sector and they get a real big boost because of who they are and what they've done before. And Gilbert Arenas and other guys are benefiting from that same thing now. And B. Simone was one of the first to take her Wild 'N Out credit to social media and blow up on TikTok and become a podcast. But there was just something wrong with B. Simone. B. Simone just didn't have what it took to maintain that infrastructure. She just couldn't keep growing at that same rate. It wasn't because her growth was stunted. It was just because of the person that she was. B. Simone was very finicky. One day she would be on this, and then one day she would be on that, and one day she would be on this, and it would kind of throw her audience off because she would be disrespecting the same people that would be trying to help her. And it was interesting because the way she came at 9 to 5 men, that attitude also started coming towards her own audience. Remember, like, the joining of the close friends thing she had on Instagram and what happened with Jackie O when Jackie O passed away? Well, B. Simone stopped giving value to her own audience, and she started trying to make money off her own audience, even plagiarizing a book. And when that happened, this is when Kevin Samuels kind of got involved. Now, anybody knows me and Kevin Samuels' relationship was pretty interesting. I'm the one that gave him his first interview and credited with discovering Kevin Samuels into Black YouTube. And we will always talk about content creators like B. Simone or like other people he would talk to me about, you know, guys like Alpha Male Strategies and other people. But with B. Simone, he did notice something about her, that she was limited. I'm going to tell you why I'm in it. Kevin Samuels had every opportunity to monetize his own audience. He had book deals, he had fragrance deals, he had documentary deals, but Kevin never wanted to monetize his own audience to seem greedy because he knew that it would work against him. And he was more concerned about the value and the opportunity versus monetizing his own audience to get money. He understood that if he kept doing what he was doing and kept networking and collaborating, he would be able to do something that nobody's ever done before. And at that time he did. He had 1 million followers on Instagram, 1 million followers on YouTube, got to go ahead and collaborate with Nicki Minaj. He was on ATL. He was in a music video with Future. He was on his way. But B. Simone didn't take that strategy. She was more concerned about getting the bag, and it didn't matter who she stepped on. And so this is what Kevin Samuels had to say to B. Simone.
All it takes for you to come down to reality, B. Simone, is one wrong post. You are one viral video away, one internet canceling away from being back at Forever 21 selling shit.
He said you are one post away from losing it all. But why did he say that? Now again, I've seen certain videos, and I want to give a shout out to Chantel Simone for making a really good video about the same topic that I'm doing right now. But the reality was Kevin Samuels understood something about the content creator industry, which is what I understand. I don't really do the whole monetizing of your audience, trying to seem thirsty, abusing your audience just because you can get money from them. Because what tends to happen as a content creator, you don't value that money as much, so you start doing other things with that money, and so then you stop putting in the work to basically educate your audience. And this is exactly what B. Simone did. And instead of taking Kevin Samuels' advice, what did B. Simone do herself?
Here's another challenge. We got all these things we want in a man. A list of things. You gotta be tall, you gotta be dark, you gotta be handsome, you gotta have pretty feet, you gotta be a family man, you gotta be financially stable, you gotta be rich, you gotta be successful, you gotta be all these things. And we ain't even have things on that list. You gotta be a family man. You might talk to your mama in 6 months, but you want him to be a family man. You gotta be financially stable. You're accounting to the negative, man. Overdraft me. You gotta have a job. You don't need to go fill out some applications because you're still unemployed. You want him to be financially stable? Well, you need to start saving. Because you can't keep a dime to your name.
B. Simone became Kevin Samuels herself. That's right. Instead of actually taking Kevin Samuels' advice, B. Simone at one point started stealing Kevin Samuels' content. She became the godfather herself. And this is interesting from a woman that has a female audience that is trying to do, I don't know what she's trying to accomplish, but it changes every week. One day she's about women empowerment, it's about business, it's about religion, it's about trying to get a husband, or it's about being by yourself, it's about getting to the bag, or it's about getting back to God. She was just losing everybody.
Gotta get you on your goods.
She went back to this.
Just my finances. Like, the budgeting, you see how I am. Nitpicking every little thing. I've never been like that. We were in Bloomingdale's yesterday. I'm like, we have to go to H&M.
Yeah.
Like, I notice it in me now, just nitpicking. And it's not even, I just don't have it like to spend the liquid.
And then other people started weighing in on the subject.
A part of being an entrepreneur is going through the ups and downs and ebbs and flows of what being an entrepreneur is. Like, at times you might have a lot of liquid cash, and sometimes you may have to overly invest in whatever business you have going on, and you might be down a little bit. Sometimes you might try a thing and you fail, or sometimes you might hit the lick. It's all good. But it all comes with the ups and downs of being an entrepreneur. That's why you don't have a steady situation. And kind of watching her voice crack and like, no, you don't get on a podcast and cry because your business isn't doing that good, or whatever finances in your entrepreneurial life ain't doing that good. You pick yourself up and dust yourself off and keep going. yourself off and keep going.
That's right. Gotta keep it moving.
He's right, you know.
Now, Kevin Samuels did a pretty good job of understanding the fact that B. Simone inflated her own ego because you know where she was in life. She thought that she deserved a man like her. And he said that, hey, she's not ugly, she's cute, but she's not an 8, 9, or a 10. But I want to add on to Kevin Samuels' original argument about that. And the original argument was B. Simone didn't appreciate the people that took her to that level. And that is why B. Simone fell off. This is not new. I mean, we see guys in sports get big contracts and then stop performing. We see guys stop performing after their first year. I mean, we're going to look at Jaden Daniels and see if he does the same thing in the sophomore slump this year with the Redskins. It just happens, right? People get better around you and people want what you have. And so if you're not getting better and people are getting better and you're not adding more value to your audience and you're not out there doing what you need to do and it's all about you and you're being selfish and people don't want to work with you, it doesn't matter as much about you making $1 million a month right now, because in 5 years you'll turn off that audience and then they won't recommend you. Look at companies like Apple. Apple is a company that every year they're going to make the effort to be the best, right? They're going to do whatever they're supposed to do. They're going to be where they're supposed to be at, and they're going to give you value for your money. B. Simone just wants your money, and she's the same way when it comes to men. And so eventually what Kevin Samuels knew is that you're like one post away from basically turning off your audience because you kept making the same mistakes, because for you, all you saw them was a means to an end, and you didn't see them as the person that gave you the opportunity. So if you had the attitude towards your own audience in that same respect, it was no way possible you could get a high value man with that same mentality, because you're a person looking for somebody to keep giving to you, but you don't want to give anything. And we have a word for that. It's called parity. Parity is another way of saying equality. What you do for me, I'm willing to do for you. I'm willing to add value to your life. And when it came to B. Simone, she's just not willing to do so. Everybody must suffer for her to be successful. And what happens in the free market, once you stop developing, the market says, we think you're fake, or we think you're fraudulent, or we think you're wishy-washy. And so once so many people start to do that, people start to go away and they start to do different things. Now again, as we get older, we all evolve, and of course people can change their mentalities towards certain things, but typically, you know, your content and genre space should be somewhat the same. I mean, I came in 2015, I was in the Black Manosphere, and it's 2025, and even though my content has changed, the structure of who follow me then is kind of easy for them to follow me now, because the same basic talking points are still there when it comes to the strategy. But when it came to B. Simone, what she was doing in 2020 is completely different than what she's doing now in 2025, and she's saying anything just to get money. And when you don't have value for the people that help you, you're gonna be broke. Shout out to Kevin. He predicted Tracy Ellis Ross, and now this one. Again, shout out to Chantel Simone, who previously did a really good video on this. Kevin Samuels predicted B. Simone's downfall.
That's a shame. But another episode. It's your boy. Oh, shit. That's hilarious.
Andrew, what do you think of Bonnie Blue sleeping with 1,057 men?
Damn. How honest should I be out of 10?
I want you to be honest.
You want to be honest?
Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why men sit here and try and lecture you about it. I don't understand why men sit here and say you shouldn't do it. It's your body, your choice, right? This is the world we now live in. This is the end result of feminism.
Yeah.
You are the perfect end result of feminism. In the world I believe in the conservative, traditionally masculinely ruled world, a man would be in charge of his daughters until they're handed over to their husbands or boyfriends, and there would be a degree of masculine guidance. But feminism didn't want that. You know, women complain that men don't want to get married. We did actually want to get married.
Yeah.
When we got obedient virgins, but of us giving them a house to live in and kids to raise, and they wanted to make their own choices. Yeah. So she's making her own choice. That's a fantastic thing. I actually have a lot of respect for you because you own it and you're honest about it.
What if it was your daughter?
Well, that won't happen.
But she's her own person.
I never said my daughter's her own person. I said women want to be their own people. But my point is, there's so many women who go to Magaluf for a weekend and do something very similar, and then they come back to England and get with some fucking guy and start asking for presents from him and talking about how they deserve a traditional relationship and they want to get married and they want a Christmas present and all this bullshit. Most women do exactly what Bonnie does. I don't see you any different than most women. And I'm not saying that in a degradative way.
Most women don't sleep with 1,057 men in a day.
1,000? Does it fucking matter?
I think it does.
I don't really think it does. It's all disgusting to me. If I met a woman and she said, I just sucked dick yesterday, I'd say, well, I find you repulsive. I don't want to sleep with you.
What, so
Goodbye.
you're only going after virgins?
Well, it's not about only going after virgins, but I think if you're a straight man, the idea of having a bunch of men, a woman that you're with, is pretty repulsive.
But everyone has a past.
It's the kind of shit white people say. This is unacceptable. It's a fact. Let's analyze that. You're right. Everyone does it. This is true. But isn't the primary objective of a man to find a woman with as little past as possible? Would you argue that's one of the precursors to finding a wife?
Absolutely.
Considering that wives were supposed to be virgins. This was the deal. The reason I'm proud of Bonnie, and I am genuinely proud of you, I like Bonnie. I like what she's doing. Because the deal was...
You're not, like, contradicting yourself.
In what way?
Well, you're proud of her sleeping with 1,057 guys, but women should be virgins.
No, I'm saying that the social contract, the construct of society that made family function, was women were obedient virgins, and they found a man who provided for them, and they listened to that man. Women have then said, we don't like the patriarchy, we're tired of being provided for, we're tired of being taken care of, we don't want to listen to anybody, we want to make our own decisions. That was women and feminism that ended the traditional family unit. And now women can make their own decisions. So I'm glad that Bonnie's making her own decision.
Yeah,
I'm not here
people
to tell you
say
what to do.
I take women back 100 years, and I'm like, no, I'm the clear example of how to be empowered. I use my body, I do what I want, when I want.
True.
And this is the thing you've been banging on about for years. And when I get hate, like when I click on the comments of these women that are like, oh, you're taking us back 100 years, then in their bio it says stay at home on with two. I'm thinking, what the fuck was you rooting for?
It actually makes absolutely no sense. You're not taking, this is the future. You know, all them t-shirts that they had back in the day that said the future is female, that's what Bonnie Blue is. Now to normalize 1,000 bodies into one body, as what Andrew Tate's doing, I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that. I still think that the numbers, the low ass numbers matter, baby. Because we're so much in the future as females that to expect virgins is literally, it's impossible. And while I agree, watching podcasters talk to Bonnie Blue as if they're trying to fix her, it makes absolutely no sense. There should absolutely be content that is critiquing what the hell that she is doing. Because if you allow women like her to just go unabated, critique free, consequence free, you're going to create more versions of them. Normalizing her level of degree of debauchery is the fall of that modern day society. It's gonna be Sodom and Gomorrah, baby. Anyway, let's keep going.
But you have to stay at home.
Bonnie, see, this is the future.
Yeah.
This is the future. This is fantastic. This is exactly what Western society is headed to.
He's a
so
feminist.
Why are we going to sit here and pretend this is wrong? Why are we going to sit here and pretend that most women who go on girls' holidays are doing something similar to what Bonnie does, just to sit on camera? Why are we going to sit here and pretend that these men who walk around with their wives at the pub in England, and they're like, oh, my wife, yeah, everyone has a past, oh, no, she's done the same shit. What's the difference? Who gives a right? We're either going to care and accept that women are judged on their past, and judged on their innocence, and judged on their naivety, and judged on these things like it used to be, or we're going to sit and say it doesn't matter, everyone has a past. Well, if everyone has a past, everyone has a past. Who gives a does it really matter?
So
anymore?
What would you do if it was your daughter?
But why are you asking this question?
It's not an impossible question.
Of course it is.
How?
It can't happen.
It can't, yeah.
But anything can happen.
It's against the laws of physics.
I mean, if your daughter opened her legs and took 1,000 steps, it's not impossible.
Of course it is.
What?
Why
I
is
mean,
it
the dicks would enter perfectly, therefore she's taken.
It's literally impossible for my daughter.
What, are you going to be there against your daughter be saying that it's not entering it?
No, my daughter just wouldn't make that decision.
But why?
Because I still raise her in a household where she is masculinely guided. And she will be guided by me until I hand her over to some other man.
What's interesting about that is that Andrew Tate has been on record as saying that a father is not needed within presence of kids, right? And I think he was saying that in order to try to explain how often you would see him without children being present. But now he's saying that he's a masculine presence within a life, and I wonder if that is through digital means or more so now in reality, or he's shifting his talking points because one wouldn't make sense without the other. Let's go.
However, I believe when women are left to their own devices, they will only ever make stupid decisions.
Was mine a stupid decision?
I wouldn't say it's any more stupid than most decisions women make, to be honest with you. I think that most women, to some degree, are sex workers anyway. Like, let's be honest about it, right? Most women look at Miami or Dubai. What's your job? Oh, I've got a boyfriend. So your job is being a girlfriend. Why does he give you money? Could you give him sex? So most women are sex workers anyway, to be honest.
But isn't that what you said the family unit was?
Well, then you're a sex worker with one customer. You know, which is nice. I guess it's better. It's more efficient.
But what about if you're raising children? That's not sex work, is it?
No, that's being a mother.
Yeah.
All right, so that's interesting, Rob. Rob said this, not me. So they're either virgins, sex workers, or mothers. So those are those the three categories?
You put words into my
I
mouth.
think that's what Rob just said. Those are the three categories. And women have to choose to be one of them.
So is that what you think?
I think that when a woman becomes a mother, she has a purpose. And I think that women should be having children as soon as possible. And I think it gives their life a direction. And I think it's the most important thing to preserve society. Especially if you want to talk about geopolitics and talk about race and all of these things. If you want to have a country that looks like the country it used to be, you need to have the original people from there having children. I think all of that is true, absolutely. I think every day a woman goes without having kids is primarily a waste of time. But once again, what does it matter what I think? Rob, I've given up. Rob, I've given up trying to save the world. I've given up. No, Rob, I've given up. I've given up on misogyny and
No, you haven't.
They attack me with the Matrix. They keep throwing me in jail. I am now all for women empowerment. I think women should run around, get as many men as they want. I like what Bonnie's doing. She's getting the bag. She's getting rich. Most girls out here don't want to have kids. They just want to get Birkin bags and Instagram likes. Good. I'm a feminist, pro-feminism. This is the world now. How the world's going to end up, who cares about the future?
See, women go around, use sex to their advantage, but then are happy to cry about it straight away. Saying, oh, he took advantage of me. And it's like, you're the one that wanted to do sex to have like the job promotion, or you're the one that wanted to have sex to get more attention or try and be more liked. But then they cry about it, and that's what I get frustrated about. Even when
Listen, the biggest critique of this portion of the interview is going to be Andrew Tate saying things such as, most women are like this. And he's likening it to actions like boyfriend in Dubai or Miami and kind of like what that exchange sort of means. But I think about it a little bit more simpler than that. I think about it as you look at a woman talk to you in public, and then you go up on their digital footprint and their social media profile. I mean, shit. Take a look at a cross-section of what we would review on Pop the Balloon. How often? I would say it was over 50% of the time that we look at a woman that claimed God-fearing, right? That claimed that they're looking for a boyfriend or relationship, and you can go see their ass up on their social media profile, thereby leveraging their sexuality as a component of the offering that they show to all of these men, detailing their past or detailing
When you've got multiple parts but need just one answer,
and detailing their past or detailing how they will leverage their sexuality, their vaginas, in order to get what the fuck that they want. And that's just the current state reality of the situation. And you got men now that actually want to get married, that want to pursue something with women, but the dating pool has absolute piss in it, degraded by modern day feminism. Modern day feminism has absolutely failed women. It's created this debaucherous, ridiculous ass normalcy amongst them.
with porn stars, like people in my industry, they'll do this for a few years, get the money, get the boob jobs, get house, and then suddenly they go, oh my god, I was forced into the industry, oh my god, someone took all my money.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered the job as a lawyer?
Yeah, she's good.
I could do with you. You're 100% right. So this
Andrew's trying to employ her.
So this is the reason when I said I like what Bonnie does, because Bonnie completely 100% owns what she does, and she says, it's my decision. And I've seen people try and lecture you. I've seen people sit there and try and lecture you.
A fool's errand.
Say like, oh, but you're a creature of God, and you shouldn't be doing this. That. No, you should do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
It's up to you to do whatever you want, and you're not saying anybody tricked you into it. It's your decision. And let's be honest, when they talk about taking women back 100 years, let's actually be very honest here, Paul. No disrespect.
No disrespect.
There's always been whores.
It's the oldest profession.
Ancient Rome had whores. There's always been whores. The Aztecs had whores. You think there weren't concubines in the fucking Ming Dynasty? Fucking little Chinese pee-pee? Of course there were. There's always been whores. It's the oldest profession in the world.
Exactly.
So do you think it's a legitimate job?
What? I mean, no, check her back.
Listen, not only is it was so whores back in the day, right? That's like a poor person's job. But due to the internet and media today, you could be a digital strumpet and e-thought and be a multi-millionaire if done correctly. If you got the right marketing team behind you and you was blessed by the God that you have forsaken with the appropriate genetics, you could be a it's absolutely insane what the digitization of vagina has done for whores' bank accounts. It's absolutely insane, man.
Bang, I'm sure she's making loads of money. So here's where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
If we're gonna live in this false dichotomy, because the world was very simple once, not too long ago. And men had this terrible misogynistic view, which I of course don't agree with, that women can't make their own decisions because they're naturally chaotic. And when women decide anything, life's done. In fact, these men in their disgusting these men in their disgusting misogyny believed if you gave women the vote, we'd end up with open borders and drag queen story out. So they didn't give women the vote. Then they did give women the vote, and society took a particular direction. But when men were in charge of things, women didn't have to worry about what they could do with their life because their father took care of it, and then their husband took care of it. But now we live in a brand new world where women can make all of their own decisions, and the path she's chosen, I don't think is any different than most paths women take. I think she's just more honest about it and more upfront about it. If you're going to go to Dubai and meet a girlfriend, and you think she hasn't been fucking for money the entire time she was living in Dubai, then you're an idiot. If you're in Miami and you got girls on your boat and you think they're not fucking for money all of the time, now they may not say per hour, but they'll be fucking a guy they barely like to get the rent paid, or they're fucking a guy they barely like because he has a car.
Yeah.
So women are fucking for money all the time anyway. That's all women do now. The entire Western world is women fucking for money. So how?
And listen, he keeps on using these examples like of rich people problems, and it kind of just shows the amount of money that he has, and he's not really speaking for the average man. But you know, we talk about booty calls, right? I told you guys specifically years ago, taking women out on dates and suggesting a particular spot, and then it's just not up to their snuff and their standards. Meanwhile, it's like $20 a plate at the place that I was suggesting. That's why the conversation of Cheesecake Factory went so viral about a year or so ago. So although it's not direct, it's an indirect way of saying that you are not paying enough for me.
How critical would it be for me to sit here and say, Bonnie, who's honest, who monetizes it directly with her own media empire, who's upfront about it and makes money from it, is a worse person than the girl who walks around with these goody two-shoes and then sucks dicks in a Magaluf toilet? Because that's what most girls are doing anyway. Rob, the world's fucked. They're all like this. Rob, they're all the same.
You're trying to sound all special now.
No, I'm saying you're special actually because you've gone so far through. You've come out as the queen of it. Congratulations.
But didn't you say this kind of thing is the demise of Western society?
I mean, if I was a misogynist, I would believe this is the final end result of feminism, and the end times are here, and that nobody's going to have kids anymore, and that the idea of a beautiful marriage between a man and a woman is now completely gone. I mean, if I was a disgusting misogynist, but since they keep...
But you don't have one beautiful marriage, do you?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Have you slept with 1,057 women?
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro? This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about sooner.
You don't have one beautiful marriage, do you?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Have you slept with 1,057 women?
At least.
So are you quite similar?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it's the male's prerogative to impregnate as many females as possible. This is the masculine prerogative. This is biologically my prerogative is to do that.
I think we should do a breeding competition. We'll see if you can get a girl pregnant quicker than I can get pregnant.
Well, I mean, that'd be a good competition. I think I'd win. I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
I don't know either.
It's interesting because it's interesting because you have to look at society. When you look at these things, you have to look at society from an animalistic perspective and a societal perspective. From the animalistic perspective, it is the masculine imperative to get as many women as possible pregnant.
Yeah, but if you want
to be purely
it's
animalistic,
not 1512.
no, but let's be purely animalistic. Let's talk about this like professional. If a man is high value, high testosterone, alpha male, whatever you want to call it, right? His imperative is to impregnate women. And he wants to take care of those women and take care of those kids. He's not overly interested in the kids. It doesn't mean he doesn't love them. It means he doesn't want to sit there and play with them all day. When you see a man who wants to play with a baby all day, that man is probably gay. It's boring.
Well,
So
it doesn't mean he wants to fuck the kid.
No, he's gay. Okay. So, real men just want to pregnant, money, cool. See you an hour a week. Boom, boom, boom. Now, there's a lot of men who are going to disagree with me on that, but those are a lot of men I can beat the shit out of, so I don't give that's the truth of it. The female imperative is to find a man who's obsessed with her, so that when she gets pregnant, she's going to have protection and provision when she's not capable of looking after herself. That is the female biological imperative and the masculine biological imperative. I'm still living to my biological imperative to some degree. If I were to, let's say, have 4 or 5 women, and I had kids with 4 or 5 women, and I took care of 4 or 5 women, and I was with all of them, and they were exclusively only with me, and we had children over and over and over again, that's my biological imperative. It's actually against the female biological imperative to do what Bonnie is doing, I would argue. Traditional. But that means you break paradigms, that's great. But feminism and society and this brand new societal conditioning is convincing women that what they're supposed to do, which is find a man they love and be obsessed with him and get pregnant from him, is the wrong thing to do. Well, then let's all just become sex workers now.
But you disagree with that feminist?
I don't have an opinion, Rob, because I have 14 criminal cases. I don't have an opinion. I'm just here. I'm a commentator. I'm just commentating.
Commentators have opinions.
I don't have an opinion. No, I don't have an opinion. Women can do whatever they want. Women are fantastic. We live in this great society now where women are girl bosses and better than us, while also are equals at everything. While also everything they do they regret was a man's fault somehow, as Bonnie described. They were tricked into it. So we live in this impossible situation where a man can't possibly win anyway, no matter what opinion he has. But I'm just saying it would be unprofessional and hypocritical of me to sit here and think that Bonnie is doing anything different or anything bad or anything wrong, when she does the same thing 99.9% of Western women do anyway.
Okay, so Bonnie...
You get one extreme to the next. You get the women like me that are just sluts, and then you get the others that are lazy when you get on their knees and give a blowjob.
And they're sluts too. No, but that's the thing, they're sluts too. They're just sluts for a different guy, or they're sluts for their ex, and they're not sluts for the new guy. These women are sluts too, it's all the same.
But I used to be a full service sex worker, like an escort, and I used to judge men that cheated. And then when I actually started speaking to these men, I was like, you know what, they've got a point. They're going to work, they're looking after their kids, they're still emptying the dishes because the wife's now refusing to do that, saying it should be equal. And then I say, well, when's the last time she gave you a blowjob? When's the last time she f***ed you? Because they couldn't name it. They couldn't even list the amount of times where they've had sexual intercourse. I'm like, of course you're going to need that. Of course you're lazy and poorly educated.
So do you think you're a good role model for women?
I'm a clear example of what women have fought for years. Of taking control of your body.
Correct.
Being independent. I earn my own money. I don't rely on a guy. I'm
Girl
paid
power.
Exactly. I'm paid more than other guys.
100%.
Do you think...
She is a clear example of what women have been fighting for years. Absolutely correct.
And now
I'm not going to sit here and lecture you about God. I'm not going to sit here and say, no, that's all bullshit. She is a clear example of what women have been fighting for years.
Yeah.
Women believe that they can do whatever they want.
Do you think they should be able to?
Listen, brother, I have 14 criminal cases. I don't want to be called a misogynist by the BBC. That would break my heart. That's not up to me. We're all individually suffering people. We make our own decision.
This is going to be a 2.5-hour conversation of Andrew Tate trolling, and I'm absolutely here for it.
Women want to run around and do whatever they want to do. It's up to them. My point is, all women, on some scale, are doing what Bonnie Blue is doing. However, Bonnie Blue is just the best at it. She's the best. She's the queen of it. So why? It's
not all women.
Let me ask you a question. If a man walks into Starbucks and steals a chocolate bar, he's a thief. Right? Correct.
Not in London. Well, it's legal.
Yeah. And if a banker manages to liquidate a ton of stock illegally in the stock market or rip off a bunch of people with a false investment fund, whatever it is, he's a thief. Right? The morality is the same. Whether you're stealing from the Wall Street or you're stealing from Starbucks, the morality of it is the same. But people will sit there and argue that the bankers
Make a pit stop for one of 4 delicious $7 Phillips from KFC at CF1 the movie in theaters June 27th.
I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you, President Donald.
The reality of it is the same. But people will sit there and argue that the banker is somehow worse than the guy who stole the chocolate bar because of how much he stole. I wouldn't argue there's a difference in morality. There's a difference in capability. But the morality is the same. The banker's just smarter.
I'm just a clever slut.
You're just very good. She is very good at what she's decided to do. If you're going to be a whore, and most women watching this, and most men, hello, your wife, yeah, her, they're all whores anyway. If you're going to be a whore, no disrespect, you may as well be good at it. Get a media empire, get rich, let everyone know your name, and get paid. Why are you going out to the pub, getting drunk, and meeting a man who's funny, and getting in a toilet for free? Are you dumb?
They are though, women are stupid.
They're stupid. So Bonnie's just the smartest. She's the Wall Street banker of this whole shit. I respect that much more than these other girls. Bro, I grew up in Luton, England, bro. You think I don't know hoes? You think I haven't seen it? You think I haven't walked in the toilet and some bitch got 5 dudes hanging out? This is the Western world. This is feminism. This is what all you white boys wanted. All you white men listening to women all the time, women get to opinions all of a sudden. This is what built. Congratulations.
So you blame men?
Well, 100%. Because everything's men's fault, because men are the only ones who can apply force to scenario. Women can't apply force. Men apply force. If there's something we don't like, we apply force to the situation. We could force this away. We could force most things away. So everything's absolutely men's fault. And this came from, I mean, the feminism and the women's sexualization and the liberation, a lot of it came from beta males hoping to get some. That's what it came from. A bunch of weak men, though. If we told girls to be hoes, I might get a little bit. Because the natural order of the universe is the big gorilla, top G. Smart. I'm so fucking smart. The big gorilla, top G, has a bunch of women, and then the small gorilla has nothing. This is the natural order of the universe. It's actually kind of still like that in many ways. There's the guy with the yacht with 10 wives, and then there's a guy with no yacht with no wife. It's kind of like that. But beta males didn't like that because they couldn't obviously compete with the top guy. So they've tried to push this sexual liberation, hoping to get a little bit, and it probably works a little bit. But society is destroyed by extension. If you want to look at society for what it is, because what is society anything other than rearing and raising children? That's what society should be, I would argue. Society should be, the primary function of it should be, let's have kids so that we have a population. We have a population collapse in the West.
Yeah, I think they should have a choice. Like, I before used to think, oh my god, I really want kids, I want a family. But it's because I was so naive to what else was open to the world. I just thought, okay, I need to get married, I need to, you know, have children, I need to get a good job. And that was what I thought life was. And I was like, fuck, there's so much more to life rather than just staying in that, you know, finishing school, going to uni, getting married, buying a house. And you just copy everyone else. Like, half the shit we do is because someone else has done it.
Okay, Holly, so let me ask you a question. I agree with you that now that we've opened up female horizons with education, with jobs, with the capability of making money, with Instagram and all these offers they get to fly around the world and all these things, women don't want to have kids or they want to have kids later because they have a lot more options. I agree with you. But would you argue, if you were to look at it selflessly, not about the ant, but about the ant farm at large, that keeping women's horizons more narrow so they focused on rearing children would be better for society than the current society we're in, where we have to import a whole bunch of who knows who's into the country to try and maintain a population because the white people aren't even having any kids because the white women are too busy sucking some Magaloo.
Did you understand that?
To a certain degree, but I also couldn't give a shit. The world's going to shit anyway, so whether or not we've got more kids in it or not, it's regardless. So just live your life the best. You're going to be dead in however many years anyway.
Fair.
So don't stress too much.
Fair.
Yeah. In order to do what a Bonnie Blue does, you have to have like a nihilist view of society. You have to think that we're all going to just burn up in a couple of years. Who gives a shit? Let's live life now. We're all going to be dead in a couple of years. Like you have to have one of those. And I think therein lies the lessons, is that you have these short-term thinkers that can reach high levels of capital gain, right? Financial foundation within their bank account. Meanwhile, they're doing it because they don't give a about anyone around them, and it's only for self. It's for self-interest. Whereas long-term thinkers, we're thinking about, right, procreation and legacy. You know, they're making choices and decisions within their life in order to substantiate a life that can be lived after that. right? Having a family, having children, which would require selflessness as opposed to selfishness. And there lies the problem or the struggle in normalizing behaviors like Bonnie. And I'm not saying 1,000 bodies is normal. Obviously what she's doing is not normal, but then normalize the behavior of having 5 guys hanging out of you like Magaluf, like Andrew was just saying. But even if you don't think that that is normal, I mean, dudes that travel know what it is. You travel into certain places, you meet that group of girls, you know for damn sure that some of those girls got boyfriends, but as they're traveling, they're just doing whatever they think that they need to do. Now, depending upon the crew, due to the sexual liberation, you'll have the girls egging each other on just as much as the guys. Liberation, you'll have the girls egging each other on just as much as the guys, whose biological imperative is to procreate as much as possible within their friend groups. And what's the results of all of this? More baggage, bigger pass, lower marriage rate, higher divorce rate, higher baby deletion rates, higher STD rates. I mean, this whole shit is like, and on top of all of this, right? You got AI happening in the background. Do you guys realize what's going to happen when AI corn reaches the masses? As real as what the AI currently is, and looking at it on like IG or TikTok clips, when that thing makes it in the corn, and maybe it has, all right? I don't look for it, so I don't even know if it's in the thing, but when that thing, I mean, shit, I might even put a Bonnie Blue out of business, right? Because I would argue that most people that watch it don't even care if the person is real at the end of the day. They just care that the person is doing what they want to do within the content, which is a simple query search away. So let's go.
Fair. And this is what I like about Bonnie Blue. Bonnie Blue is my favorite. This is my favorite everything. Fair. Because what you just said, I understand and I agree with.
But it's selfish.
But what have I
So
said?
why should I not be selfish? Why should I give a shit about someone else that pays less tax than me, has, you know, sits of complaints, makes shitty TikTok about me? Like, I couldn't give a shit if your life's going to shit. By the looks of it, you live in a council house, you've got a couple of kids with different dads. I don't care. So why should I sit there and think, fuck, I should do something to help you? I don't care. I should focus on myself. And if more people did that, the world would actually be a better place. But they become so fixated on other people. I'm like, where's your life? Why are you not focusing on yourself? Like, look in the mirror, you're fat, go and do something about it. Your teeth have that much plaque on it. Like, you're fucked. Like, there's no way out for you.
No, but
is this a good role model?
No, yes, because no, but
no, yes.
No, yes. What Bonnie's saying is important, and it's not about what she's saying. It's about the general attitude. Because what I want to make clear, the reason society was run by men for so long is that men have a different biological instinct to women, and we're prepared to suffer for the greater good. Women are not very good at suffering. Men are good sufferers.
Look back at the wars. There's so much evidence of it.
Well, of course. And also, let's just look at the normal family. You talked about these men who come and see you, right?
Yeah.
Like, happy wife, happy life is true. And the reason it's true is because if the wife is unhappy, everyone's miserable. Because she'll make sure of it. But if the man's unhappy, everyone else can be happy. He'll suffer. He'll sit with no sex. He'll go to work. He won't see his friends. He'll be miserable. He'll be depressed. He'll still pay the bills. He'll still pay the taxes. And everyone else gets to be happy. Men are good at suffering. Women are spiteful sufferers. And for that reason, they struggle to do anything. They struggle to suffer themselves for any greater good. Men have always died for a greater good. Men have always said, this is bad for me, but it's good for society. Bonnie just quite correctly, quite pertinently highlighted the fact that she believes in living her life the best way that she wants to live so she is happy. And I agree with you. That's what you should do. That's fine.
Yeah.
If you're a woman. That's how women think. Women don't think I shouldn't do this because I care about society by and large. Women don't think that. And once you understand that logic, you can extrapolate that out to the fact that women shouldn't be in charge of a country ever. Because women are not prepared to take a bullet for a country, ever.
I mean, I can contradict myself a little bit because I help society out a lot. And I do that because do you see how many dicks I drain? How many balls I've been emptied out on my face? How many cream pies I've taken and scooped it out? Like,
and how does that help society?
Sex workers help, like, reduce rates by 30%.
That sounds like a stat you just made up.
No, Google it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Mental health, it's good for mental health as well.
The true fact is 32%.
Yeah, stops men killing themselves. Sex work is an important part of the world.
So imagine, like, if you're
Are
a
you saying that
rapist.
you had a webcam business?
I'm not saying that because I had a webcam business. I'm saying that because it's absolutely and utterly true. I'm the only point I was making earlier about women being in charge. I was actually trying to get to a final point, and the final point I would argue is that Bonnie has done no damage to society compared to giving the women the vote.
I've basically been a community worker.
Absolutely.
For example,
do you vote?
Not to be honest, I don't really know what's going on.
Okay, so do you vote?
No.
Okay, she's perfect. She's out here, she's sucking.
I am wife
She's
material.
sucking. She's not voting. This is the kind of women we need. This is done. This is fine. If we stop women, if we take the women's vote away. If you said to me, Andrew, fix society, all the women can either vote or be like Bonnie. I'm going to make them all like Bonnie, give the men the vote back. We'll fix all that.
Even your daughter.
Yeah. Why would she need to vote? I'm voting. Why would she need to vote when I'm voting? You're going to vote against your father. What kind of world is that? You know, it's really interesting to me. Since I had daughters, and I have a bunch, people always said, when you get a daughter, you're going to change your opinions. No, I fucking didn't. When you have a daughter, you know, you see these dudes and they have a daughter and like the daughter's putting makeup on and they're like, girl dad. Just because you have a girl doesn't mean you become gay.
I think that's cute though.
No, but no, I'm never going to put, she's never going to put makeup on my face. I'm never going to be like, oh, my daughter wants, so I guess I just
You sound like a farmer.
She melts my heart. No, you're going to obey me because I am your parent and you are my child. My child can't vote against me ever. That's civil war. That's against the rules that's against the just working of the universe. For me to have a certain opinion,
why traffic's going slow.
Let's go. Countering opinion. See, I'm gonna be saying something 20 years. My daughter or my sons, any of them, are gonna be there arguing with me about anything. Actually, in school, I learned you better shut the f up. Because you're in my fucking house. My mansion is to take millions. You're living on my money. You're gonna do as I can say.
Until they're 18 or they move out?
Until, if they want to completely cut me off and build their own version of life, I guess they could do that, but they won't do that. That's impossible.
It's how you bring them up. Like when they're 18, yes, they're an adult, but it's how you brought them up.
Of course.
Like my parents brought me up.
Do you have kids though?
No, I don't.
No.
But like my parents, I mean, everyone says my parents can't love me, my family must have disowned me. It's not the case. My family brought me up to be independent and live my best life, how I want to live. And as much as people think that is so shameful, that's disgusting, like my life's become so much better and I'm happy. As much as people think I should be scarred, I could kill myself and everything else, it's like, I am happy. I genuinely live a much better life. So my family are nothing but proud of me.
Are you really happy?
Really, really happy. Happy and wet
when you're
most of the
alone,
time.
you're happy.
She's not voting. She's great. This is what we need. Do you want to be prime minister or not really?
No.
See? Done, bro. This is it. This is what we need in society. Honest about their sex work, because all women out here are sex working anyway. When's the last? You've been in Dubai recently.
Yeah.
Find a woman who ain't sex working. That is a challenge, sir. $1 million to find a woman who ain't living off a man. Because that is sex work. You giving sex, she's giving you money. That's the game. I tweeted.
It's actually so true. I've never thought of it like that.
I tweeted
when
this.
people are boyfriend and girlfriends,
It's
the
sex
majority of the
work.
time they do a low-paid job, not got the education to do anything better. So having sex with the partner to keep them interested, the partner's paying the bills, is a sex work with one client. just like you said.
100%. I said this. I tweeted it, and the whole world lost its mind because you know me. I'm a provocateur.
And your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill?
100%. I said this. I tweeted it, and the whole world lost its mind.
And a
'cause you know
whore
me.
and a
I'm a
whoremonger
provocateur.
having a conversation.
But I said, yeah, women are sex workers. You can either have a bunch of customers with OnlyFans, or you can have one customer called a husband or boyfriend. Or you can be ugly, and unfortunately then you gotta get a job. But if you're pretty enough, you don't do that. You find a boyfriend, or a husband, or a sugar daddy, whatever you want to call it, and he's paying your bills. Go to Saint-Tropez, Monaco, Cannes, go to Miami, go to Dubai, go to Hong Kong, go to any of these cities and find a beautiful woman and ask her job. She either doesn't work, because her boyfriend takes care of her, or she has some bullshit vanity project which loses money that her husband pays for. Owns a flower shop that loses money each month. Great. Businesswoman, independent. Bullshit. Women have only ever been sex workers. Women have only ever translated their p into money, or into provision, or into protection. That's all women have ever done. Let's talk about the ancient days. When the ancient whoever's, the tribe, got conquered by another tribe. You're sitting around, there's 100 men, there's 100 women, the 100 men go out to war, they lose, the conquering tribe comes and takes over the ground, takes over the women. What do the women do? Here's some pussy, don't kill me. Please.
It's not 1500.
No, but it doesn't matter. That's what that's all they've ever done. And I'm telling you now, you know you watch Hunger Games and there's Katniss Evergreen running around with her bullshit fucking bow and arrow. When World War III finally comes, you're just gonna see a whole bunch of women hooking. That's all they're gonna do. They're like, shit, World War III, I need money, I need a man who can protect me. Here's some see, anyone?
Oh, I would have fucked Hitler to survive.
Oh, damn, of course. Women will fuck anyone to survive. Look at France in World War II. You know about the war brides? They all had their heads shaved. You know about this? Oh, you didn't know. I'll tell you. The Nazis kicked the fuck out of all the French. Then the Nazi soldiers turned up to Paris. Nazi soldiers have money. Average French man, he either lost in war, lost a leg, and has no money. He's a brokey. The Nazi guy, he's got money. He's got the German Deutschmark. He's got a nice uniform. He's a winner. All the French women were fucking the Nazis. They killed their husband. They're fucking the next guy a year later. Why? Because he can provide, he can protect. They give them status. They get to go out, party. They all had their heads shaved afterwards once the Americans kicked the Germans out of France.
I would have been rolled straight away.
Well, there you go. This is what women do. Women say, okay, let me look at the book. I'm not as strong as a man. I'm not as determined as a man. I'm not as intelligent as a man. I can't do any of these things men can do. What's the one differentiator I have? So let me turn my into what I want. That's not a bad thing. That's just understanding the world.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you think this is a positive message for society?
I'm not here giving any messages. I am a commentator, sir.
I say if it's factual.
A commentator
I'm a
give messages.
commentator, sir. I see the I'm not playing football. I'm commentating on the game. That's all I'm doing.
And people are listening to you.
Well, they're listening to me commentate. I'm telling everyone how it works.
Everything we've said you've learned in history at school. Everything we're saying is factual. We're not
what
just
would you
saying.
learn in history at school about?
Well, I didn't really listen to much at school, but yeah, I learned at school that people have their head shaved.
Yeah.
Like you learn about what happened at the war, and that happened. That's factual. You didn't ever learn at school all the women went to war. No, of course they didn't. They stayed at home. They cooked. They had the house ready. Like it stayed the same. Everything we're saying is factual.
Yeah, like Ross.
What Andrew Tate is doing right now is actually the super villain level of genius. He's being sarcastic enough and trolling enough to destroy feminism without saying overtly all of the negative viral things that he's ever said in regards to feminism. He's aligning with feminism and demonstrating how it's the downfall of society, demonstrating how, women's biological imperative, and he's exaggerating enough to have viral components of this interview hit virality, utilizing real world examples. And the craziest shit on top of all of this is that Bonnie Blue is they're in agreement throughout the entire conversation. So he's saying something that is utterly ridiculous, knowing damn well that he wanted his own daughter to become a part of this, yet demonstrating how damaging and ridiculous the ideology is. And then you have the world's most popular S-worker just, yeah, you're right, because this is actually genius. He's effectively humiliating her while also making her think that he's on her side. Absolutely brilliant. 4D chess move.
Correct. And the reason I'm saying all these things is to highlight how it's awfully hypocritical for anybody in modern Western society, anybody who believes in women's liberation, anyone who believes women should be allowed to vote, anyone who believes in women are allowed to lead a country, anyone who listens to their wife's stupid opinions on anything, to give Bonnie a second of our time. Just because it's all the same thought pattern, it's all the same thought process. If you're a man who says, I have a wife and we got married when she was a virgin and she doesn't vote and she obeys me absolutely and I'm the king of this household, then maybe you could have an opinion. But if you're going to sit there and go, oh, my wife has a past, but I love her anyway, then shut the fuck up. And that's 99% of men. Bro, do you understand that about 3 times a week I see a woman I've plowed get married on Instagram? You understand? I see it. I see the man walking down the aisle holding her hand, doing the whole humiliation ritual. I see the whole thing. He got on one knee. And I just watched it. I was like, bro, what the fuck?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though.
No, but there is.
But why?
Because I know what happened that night.
But people
so
have
it is.
Well, are you under investigation for things like that?
Traveling solo doesn't mean being disconnected. That's why.
Like that.
But the point is this. If that man's gonna go, everyone has a past, then who is he to comment on anything else? Because her past was me, sir.
So are all of your girlfriends virgins before you?
Well, here's where you have to, as a man, do your best to find a woman, if you want to take her seriously, with as little history as possible, if that's the kind of thing that bothers you. But
does it bother you?
Well, it depends.
I mean,
Because-
surely your best place to go then is high school.
Well, we have to be careful. I'm under investigation here. But it depends because there's different categories of women. Right? Everything in life is actually fine if you keep everything in the right place. If you use a fork for forking and a spoon for spooning, everything's fine. It only gets confusing when you try and mix the two up. All men love whores. Men love whores.
What good technique.
Of course. Any man who sits there and says
you love whores, then?
Any man who says he doesn't love whores is a liar.
So you love whores?
Well, if I'm on a boat in Miami, I don't want
Would you prefer a blowjob with your teeth or the mouth? You need someone with experience.
Well, if you want girls who are just a good time, they're not going to be that emotionally invested. They're probably going to be sluts. If you're going to go to a party with 20 women, you want women who are just a good time. Good time women are hoes, and men love hoes. But men want the dichotomy because we want our cake and eat it. We want a wife, and we want hoes, and we want both. It only gets confusing for a man when he puts them in the wrong category. What will happen is a man will meet a hoe, fall in love with her because he can't control himself, and then try and say, oh no, she's wifey because he didn't love her because he's an idiot. But if you're me and you can sit and go, okay, that one's a good one, she's wifey, those are the hoes, they're this, and you just keep everything in its right place, it's fine.
So Bonnie's a hoe?
I don't want to insult Bonnie.
You can't insult me.
I mean, you called her a hoe when I last talked to you.
No, I said she was a whore. And
I said, what's the difference between a hoe and a whore?
Well, there is a big difference because whores get paid. And whores are actually a much higher social standing than a hoe. Because hoes are fucking dumb. They do it for free.
Yeah.
Whores make money.
If you're good at something,
she's a whore.
know that.
Well, no, you didn't.
No,
I always say people can call me a prostitute, slut, slag, or whatever. I don't care. Like, you just can't insult me. Like, I own it. Whatever word you want to call me. Whether you
But
say
it's not even insulting, it's just a factual description.
Yeah.
It's a factual description.
Especially it turns me on.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's why she's so good at her job.
By the time you finish calling me a whore, I'm going to leave this chair with a wet patch.
Well, there you go. That's why she's so good at her job. I have that effect anyway. But the point I'm making here is, any man who sits and goes, oh, I hate whores, I hate hoes, that's all a fucking lie. There's scenarios in which they're very welcome and very liked. But there's scenarios in which they're not. So everyone has their standing in life. Everyone has their place in life.
Yeah.
Bonnie, even I would argue, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but you can correct me. Bonnie will have sex with one man, or have sex with a certain type of man, or have sex with whoever, but she'd marry a different type of man. To marry someone is different than having sex with someone. You wouldn't just marry anyone, would you? You'd have to kind of like it.
Yeah, for sure. They're completely different. Like, I generally have sex with anyone of legal age, but if I'm thinking of marriage, it's completely different.
Okay, so even in Bonnie's mind, there are people she treats a certain way and respects in a certain way, and there's people she has sex with without any emotional attachment. That's exactly how it is as a man. There's a woman you'll treat a certain way and have a certain amount of feeling for, and there's a woman you just...
Yeah.
That's it.
He's got a point.
Everything's actually fine. Men saying they hate whores and they hate all this, that's all a lie. Men love whores in the right scenario. So you're asking me, my girlfriends, well, I mean, it depends. If you catch me on a boat, if you catch me on my yacht with 25 women, are they all virgins? No. But do I have children from some virgins? Yes.
If you ever host a virgin party, count me in.
How would you get into a virgin party?
Well, no, but I'm there.
Pause it right there. Actually, what Andrew just said is probably one of the most important things for young men to realize within this entire conversation. Because I think that, and I also think like a major component of my content, specific to the audience of men that are watching, is I think that due to, our current situation of over-mothering, under-fathering, the current situation of normalizing not necessarily Bonnie blues, but normalizing being sexually liberated within society, women dressing up however they want on the digital social medias or what have you. Men are incorrectly putting, a woman in a woman category who is a wife versus a hoe. They have been incorrectly doing it. They are not privy to the red flags. They treat all women the same, rose-colored glasses, so much to the extent of I will watch men show up to a club or a bar and then a girl that they're hugging up on is goddamn half naked, with her damn areolas showing and her ass cheeks out, and he thinks that that is a flex. That just goes to show you how confused some of these young men are. So without you purposefully understanding if a woman is a fork versus a woman is a spoon versus if a woman is a knife, right? You gotta categorize them correctly before you ever take them seriously. That was a fantastic point. Let's listen to just a little bit more.
JetBlue makes your fare fly further. with low prices, fast free Wi-Fi, and free TV and movies at every seat on every flight for everyone. All in on Boston JetBlue.
A little bit more.
Let's take the virginities.
Obsessed with taking boys' virginities.
Well, just like how Andrew likes 18-year-old.
Wait,
Okay.
Wait, careful.
Sorry, trying to go
I'm
younger.
under investigation. What I have said.
Andrew, 18 is a legal age. I don't know what you class as legal.
No,
but
18 is legal. You're right.
Yeah.
But the reason, actually, it is interesting you said this, but the reason men prefer younger women is because they have less history. That's why. The
Yeah.
average 22-year-olds live less life than the average 30-year-old. That's why men prefer younger women in general. But sorry to interrupt. I'm just terrified because everything gets clip farmed, and before you know it, I'm back in
So
handcuffs.
18, 19. Like, I'd happily take an 18-year-old on their birthday. Like, closer to 18. I just want them, to be young, innocent. I want to strip them from that. I
Yeah,
want to
steal
take
their
them
innocence.
I want to watch them stop the first time from the girl. Like, I love that. And I also think it's educational. So, I'm obsessed
How's
with
it
it.
educational?
You think about...
Hello? Well, good afternoon. Damn, I just pushed send on a message. You called right at the same damn time. That was quick. How you doing? I sure was. I was like, what's the hold up? That's what I said. Today's supposed to be the day. Oh, hey, today's the day. I seen it, but I ain't feel it. I seen it in your possession. I ain't seen it in my possession. Okay. All right. That's what I'm talking about. I can't wait to say it's nice doing business with you. The days going smooth. It's a smooth day today. Yeah, I'm on my way back to town. I'm about to stop and take a break in a little bit. Yeah, that's it. It's a good day today. I got the truck sorted. All the maintenance is done. All the service is done. A couple little things I need to get sorted out and finished. All new tires on the truck. I should be good for a hot minute. It is what it is. Yes. So, huh? I was listening to MTR reviews and an interview with a whoremonger. It was hilarious. Yeah, a whoremonger. Very, very enlightening. It mongers whores. That's what a whoremonger does. Oh, a digital hoe and a digital pimp having a conversation. About the state of society. The hoe says, I'm a woman, and it's my body, my choice, I can do whatever I want. The digital pimp says, I agree. He's making it easy for me. moderator's like, well, damn, this is wild business. Ask a couple questions. Yeah. It's hilarious. Ooh, these hoes. What you gonna do? Yeah, I know, you know, he was a whoremonger. You be mongering these hoes. Let's go make some money, yo. We need to set up a webcam, yo. I said you're a whoremonger. You be mongering hoes. Yeah, you did. That's what you used to do. Oh, okay. Yeah, we all have a past. Yes, Lord. Ooh, yes. VeggieTales. Call it. Soda. Alright, go ahead and do your thing. I'm gonna get back to this conversation. It's almost over. Alright, what you gonna tell? What you gonna say? I'll listen to this. I'll entertain this. First of all, I don't know. An accurate accusation could be rude. I'm pretty sure that was spot on. I'm not judging. I listen and I judge, but I never throw it in your face. I mean, I can throw it in your face if I can. Wait a minute. I should tell. Yeah. 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 Surprise. Surprise, motherfucker. I'm calling for my money. Ah! I love it. I love it. Alright, I'll be expecting your connection. Ciao. Oh my god, this shit is hilarious. Yo, Larry, what up?
Sex education at school. It's from a middle-aged teacher that's not been late. And they basically say you have sex or you're probably going to die from STD. There's no information. If anything, they should whip up one of my DVDs, put it on the screen and show, look, that's how the dick enters the boob. This is how you get a girl wet. There's none of that. So me having sex with them shows this is a woman's body. Yes, a woman's andro, not trans. And
I don't think it's
and
we'll come to that.
They don't know how to play for a girl. They've not touched a girl. They've just watched videos, online where they're slapping, they're choking, they're hair pulling, and then they go to do it on a woman or a girl for the first time.
That's
She's
terrible.
probably going to cry the next day.
Yeah, you're probably going to get a criminal charge of that. Probably
Yeah.
sued that.
Probably need to talk from experience there, but
By the way, I don't think that she actually believes. I don't think that she actually believes any of this. I mean, the level of cope to believe that having a dude do it with you is somehow who's a you've got thousands of bodies, right? Like the dude with you is somehow educating them is absolutely absurd to me. But I think that what's actually happening here is that it's a marketing tactic, right? So she'll say barely legal as a way to propagate her content more, right? Have more of these people up on the social medias do content about her, right? It's just a marketing ploy. And it's one that she's acting as if she actually believes in order to get more dollars from it. When you watch content like this, really breaking down why you are, right? Like, and it's because it's entertaining. And it's entertaining because, you know, they might be going against status quo. But watching her try to explain it like this, while Tate is playing 4D chess right here, right? Like, because he can turn it, he's turning it back on her with all of his sarcasm and all of his trolling, while also saying no to certain things that could get him in even more trouble. I just think it is so entertaining. It is so fascinating. But guys, listen, I think that this is a good place here to stop the content. But again, what I find so interesting is that, you know, if you look at the demeanor of the guy that's hosting the podcast,
This shit is crazy. You did what? What? Yo, let me know what city, what state you're coming in from. You're outside of the U.S. Let me know what country you represent. Throw up your flag. And I need you to smash up the likes, smash up the likes, smash up the likes. Also, if you have not done so already, on YouTube, after you subscribe, there's a little bell next to the subscribe button. Go ahead, click that thing right now, so you can get your notifications each time I drop a new video like this. That way you'll be in the loop. I'll let a few hundred of y'all come in, then I'm going in, but in the meantime, in between time, I'm going to give some shouts out to the early birds, starting with Cam, what's up? What it do? We got some moving traffic again. This is what's up. We got straight madness going on. Communities all around America. Straight madness. Traffic jammed up. Let a few more y'all come in, then I'm going in. A few more come in, then I'm going in. Mike Brown, what it look like? killing each other over honey buns now, y'all.
Quinn knew he was gonna die. He just didn't think he would be at the hands of a friend. What the hell?
There ain't nothing but women laughing. I don't really like to categorize the women by their generation and shit. Where the 60 babies at? 60s babies in here? Okay, yeah, y'all still think y'all in y'all 30s. Y'all out here still trying to get fucked. I know. Yeah, a bitch born in 68 with a new ass. Ain't that a bitch? Born in 68 with a new ass. Ain't that a bitch? Where the 70s babies at? 70s baby. Yeah, y'all always need somebody to do something on y'all phone for y'all. Here, baby, see if you can save this number in my phone. I don't know why my screen black. Cut your fucking phone on. That's why it's black. What the 80s babies at? Okay, yeah, that's my generation, 80s babies. Look at y'all talking about 80s babies. We the best generation. We grew up without technology and we know how to use it. Yeah, in the 80s, that's the generation like when a girl asks to see your dick, you just show her the hair. Like, yeah, bitch, you see this hair. I'm grown as hell. You see this hair? I know how to fuck. You see this hair.
Pennsylvania in the house. What's up, Hassan?
She be like, boy, put that up. Like, yeah, bitch, you see it. Where the 90s baby? 90s baby. See y'all back there? Yeah, y'all cute, but y'all struggling. Yeah, y'all let a nigga move in ASAP. All y'all need to do is see a nigga working. Y'all gonna let a nigga move in. Ooh, what I used to like to do, I used to like to hold a job long enough to convince them I was a hard-working man. They let me spend one night, I quit. It's your turn to take care of me now, bitch. Let's see what you got. Yeah, I'm an ain't shit ass nigga. I've been told y'all to lower y'all expectations. Where the 2000 baby? That 2000s. You supposed to be on punishment. I don't fuck with no 2000 hoes. Them hoes wake up with gum in their hair, all type of shit, man. Oh my God, it's all in my hair. Like, bitch, that's a wig. Shut up. Ain't no gum stuck to your scalp. Who got their own place? Fellas, make some noise. You got your own place. That's all the nigga needs right there. I remember I called myself moving out with my mama, trying to be grown, 32 years old, finally trying to get it together. Yeah, after them little first 90 days, I moved back with my mama like, hey, bitch, you need to finish raising me. Yeah, you sitting here watching Raising Canaan, bitch. You need to be raising Calamar right now.
This nigga Calamar.
It's real life out there. I ain't going back out there. Damn. God damn, man. Y'all make sure y'all got all these smiles and y'all see the pretty teeth. You got dental insurance. Make some noise. You got dental insurance. Don't be smiling, your mouth ain't uninsured. Goddamn, get your teeth clean. You know, I don't like when people say that, you know, the little cleaning appointment, then they gotta leave work. They be all in the bathroom, brushing their teeth, make sure they get right for the dentist and shit. And I be telling people, like, when you got a teeth cleaner, just go as you are. It's their job to fucking clean your mouth. I mean, one time I ate a whole salad on their ass, but yeah, I'm gonna focus on this cleaning today. You get in there, they try to tell you other shit wrong with your shit. Like, nah, y'all gonna focus on this cleaning. They make you feel like you need new teeth and shit. Everybody getting new teeth too. It's either big or too white. That's why I can't get no big new teeth. teeth. I tell my, if I get some new teeth, I'm gonna have to tell my niggas, look, hey, put a little butt on mine. Yeah, make my shit look natural as possible. Let me get that yellow tint. That's on your shit. So dip mine in some tobacco. Let me get the smoker stain.
Y'all been together for a minute. I'm gonna leave you alone, man. I ain't got. She said something, but this nigga looked at me like, "Hey, bro, the fuck out of our business." I'm saying, I don't want to. I was just saying hello to the black couple in the front, man. This nigga had to make it on here. This nigga, bro. See this gray in my beard? That mean get the fuck away from me, young man. You seen it, right? They can't see if y'all could see if y'all, but this nigga was real disrespectful to me. Like, you and your PlayStations and your Xboxes, you don't know nothing about these real problems. You don't know. I'm sorry. Huh? Alright, cool. Just making sure. Fuck you going? Oh, go ahead. I thought you walked me to the stage. This fucking white man, this fucking dumb, funny haircut look. Come on, super cunts. Sit your ass right. Y'all just got here? Huh? Or y'all was upstairs? Or y'all got upgraded on y'all seats? Okay, all right. I'm just, you got some big ass ears, dog. You could hear the show from Volcano. You go sit that bitch. You look great, man. I'm just fucking with you. There's a lot of men here. Hey, man, what? Man, if you a man and you petty, make some fucking noise. See that? If you a petty ass man, make some noise. See that? We used to call them bitch ass niggas, but now these grown ass men take pride. I am petty, bitch. Clock it. We used to build shit. Now these niggas is petty, bitch. Oh, I seen you throwing this shit, dude. They gotta be real cold, because white people don't even get cold. Listen, y'all walk through the snow with flip-flops. Pneumonia. So it gotta be really cold for you to be cold. Are you white?
Modern day riders have lost their minds. They think they need a leader bike with 215 horsepower to keep up with their buddies on the highway, but there's a hidden truth they don't want to admit. They can only ride those bikes because of electronic rider aids.
Not that long ago, getting a top-shelf superbike meant something totally different than it does today. In the early 2000s, when many of you were still a twinkle in your father's eye, getting a superbike meant you got something with 112 horsepower, no electronics, no rider aids, and axial-mounted brakes. You really had to know what you were doing. Today, we're winding back the clock on this 2002 Ducati 996. It's from a time when things were analog, simple, and raw. Nowadays, everything is MotoGP cosplay or a watered-down experience. Not that long ago, this bike was the best of the best, winning races left and right. But most modern riders would find this motorcycle unimpressive on paper and unintuitive in person.
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to grow out loud. With FDA-approved...
But most modern riders would find this motorcycle unimpressive on paper and unintuitive in person. But they'd be wrong.
The 996 is a purebred race machine built from Ducati's genetic code. And of this DNA, there's two elements you can see and one you actually can't. The trellis frame and single-sided swing arm are quintessential Ducati. The frame is ultra-rigid and lightweight for racing, but durable enough to withstand those demands. And that swing arm is actually designed for ultra-quick tire changes in the pits. So what's the invisible element? Well, that would be the desmodromic valves inside this 996cc L-twin motor that allows for ultra-precise opening and closing of the intake and exhaust valves. Producing 112 horsepower and 69 foot-pounds of torque at 10,500 RPM, most modern riders would look at this motor and say it's an anemic naked bike engine. Or worse yet, it weighs 480 pounds wet and ready to ride. It's kind of hard to believe how much progress we've made in such a short amount of time. Modern day sport bikes have totally warped our perception. I mean, this thing was the best of the best when it was new. This machine reminds you it's a race bike as soon as you swing a leg over it. With its committed riding stance, low set clip-ons, high foot pegs, it is not for the faint of heart. Modern riders looking for comfortable ergonomics need not apply for this machine. But it is a Ducati superbike, and in order to understand it,
You have to ride it. Oh my god, this thing's incredible. Listen to that dry clutch. So cool. Throttle response is so accurate, so crisp. You pull away and it kind of does one of those. And that's a real deal Ducati sound, isn't it? Yeah, that's what we look for in a Ducati. It's stiff, it's raw, and if I use any more adjectives, I'm gonna get demonetized on YouTube. But this thing is so cool, man. You look out of the gauge here, you see the faded green analog tacho, the foam around the cluster. It just looks the part, and it feels every bit like a proper school bike. And you don't realize how much we kind of lost in the new generation of bikes until you ride something that's a little bit back from the catalog in this way. This motorcycle has tremendous feel, but the weird thing about it is it actually requires a lot of precision to ride. Because it rewards really good inputs, it's very communicative about when you're doing something wrong. When you give this bike kind of a weird input, or you brake a little bit deeper or worse than you normally would have, it doesn't really perform that great, and it really lets you know. Modern bikes let you get away with murder. It's crazy. But boy, get this thing up in the register. Just hear it sing, baby. And you gotta make sure you time those downshifts perfectly, because without a slipper clutch, you are gonna be shaking that rear tire to death if you don't time those downshifts perfectly. Getting it over on the side of the tire, you realize this is a long motorcycle. When you sit on it, it's properly long. I mean, you can already tell. I mean, you kind of feel like your arms are stretched out to reach this bike. But really, when you set it in the middle of the corner, it's so beautiful and stable. This bike really would reward nice, flowy, long sweepers. It's still reasonably precise for how old it is. You know, older motorcycles are typically not nearly as sharp. But this was the Ducati Superbike, man. They put everything they had into this thing.
Sarah, yeah, we on the road still. We got about
are great.
4 hours left in the
Just
day.
rides so
I'm gonna make it to
beautifully.
Pennsylvania.
Listen to that on the D-cell.
We'll be on the road for some more years. Matter of fact,
It is not an easy bike to ride.
probably the rest of my
If you're used to
40s.
modern motorcycles, I mean, this thing has
And transition out
you
to
can
a
lock up
fleet.
the rear wheel.
But I gotta get the
So
first
many
truck
different
paid
ways.
off.
You can have rear wheel issues, right? Too much gas, poor rear brake application, poor downshifting. I mean, you really have to be very precise to ride this. And if you don't, it's not going to save you at all. It's just going to kick you right off. It's why there's a sort of like golden era of motorcycles, kind of in the mid-2000s. You know, the 1098 was really the last bike like this. But that bike made 160-something horsepower, you know? This thing makes 112, which, weirdly enough, despite the fact that you have to be precise, as long as you're a pretty competent motorcyclist, it's not very intimidating to ride. It has this lovely big bellow from that big L twin, but otherwise, the power isn't intimidating. It's not going to scare you really if you've ridden proper sport bikes, if you've ridden properly fast. This isn't a motorcycle that you're going to ride and say, oh man, like I'm really scared riding this thing. You just have to be a little bit more thoughtful, a little bit more judicious with it. What's surprising about this motorcycle is it still has a lot of get up and go. You know, you twist the throttle and you have pretty modern feeling performance out of it. Oh, but the whole thing rattles and shakes. It's so alive feeling. God damn, it makes you really, really think of the bravery of the guys who race these things, you know? Man, what a great bike. But now I'd like to do something special. I would like to transport ourselves 23 years into the future and see what a brand new Ducati Panigale V2S feels like in comparison to this 996. Because I gotta believe that it's gonna be quite different. Swing a leg over our giveaway Panny V2S. Wow, it's bigger, it's taller. Feels like an adventure bike in comparison.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
The new 290 horsepower Kia K5 GT. Lease the new 2025 K5 LXS for $279 a month.
Harrison. Wow, it's so much more roomy. You can feel how lightweight it is. Wow. I mean, we've made a lot of progress in 23 years. This bike is light, it's effervescent, it's peppy. It still sounds like a Ducati, and maybe with the Termignoni exhaust, you would get that same feeling out of it. But wow, it's so light and easy to ride. The ergonomics feel kind of strange after you ride the old 996 Superbike, but this thing is really, really easy to ride. But it feels really big. I'm kind of in shock that the new V2S feels so large in comparison to the old 996. I guess motorcycles have gotten quite a bit bigger and more portly, you know? Man, you can jump on this thing, ride it so much faster than that 996 without even really trying. You can feel how much more this bike has to give. You know, I mentioned this in my first kind of reviews of this motorcycle where I felt like Ducati has just polished their products to such a pristine level. And it's true, man. Like this new V2S, it's crazy how much bike you get for the money, and it feels every bit as fast as that old Superbike. And yet everybody online is complaining this is too slow. This feels exactly as fast as the 996 I was just on. And yet it's got 50 less pounds, all the electronics. Wow, this bike's great. Holy crap. The brakes especially, holy moly, the brakes are so much better. quick shifter works beautifully. Man, we've made a lot of progress in 23 years. Holy crap, this is like a spaceship in comparison. And that's just the neutered middleweight is now like the bike that everyone thinks is slow and crappy. I just got off the 996. This is literally just as fast as a 996. Easily. And it's way more refined, way easier to ride. Man, we're so spoiled. We're so spoiled. And if you want to further spoil yourself, you can head over to yammynuke.co and enter to win this Panigale V2S for free. I'm giving away this motorcycle. Become a member, support the show. You get access to our Discord server, exclusive content, direct access to me on there as well too. So if you love what we do, it's the best way to support the show. And our way of giving back to you guys and saying thanks is offering up these awesome giveaway motorcycles. Now, I should probably turn around and go get that 996 because I did just leave it on the side of the road.
After spending an entire morning with the Ducati 996 today, I gotta say, I am thoroughly charmed. This motorcycle with its dry clutch chatter and its...
Have you seen that ad? Control the pawns to the left and to the right. +2, -3, kind of a running forward.
This motorcycle with its dry clutch chatter and its quick throttle actuation, its vibrational nature, I just completely fell in love with it. The analog tacho redlining all the way to 11,000 RPM with its faded green needle. It was just super, super cool. But one thing became very clear and in focus to me is just how ridiculously good new motorcycles are. I mean, we started this video off telling you about how this was the superbike of days past, and now the middleweight motorcycle is better than it ever was. And the craziest part is, this motorcycle, in the year that it came out, adjusted for inflation, cost $27,000, whereas the new Panigale V2S cost $22,000. So, value for money, new bikes are the best they've ever been, they're the fastest, they're the safest, and you're just getting so much more bike for the money. But we have to doff our cap to these old legends. I mean, think about guys back in World Superbike riding these things to the absolute limit. Pretty sweet if you ask me. There's a reason we say that new motorcycles just ride themselves, and it's because they kind of do. I mean, you jump on a brand new S1000RR, you actually don't need much rider skill to just make it down the road and start going wide open on your local highway. But these motorcycles, you really had to know what you were doing. You needed gumption, bravery, rider skill, and rider commitment to not only get this motorcycle out on the road, but to keep it on the road. They're finicky beasts. They leak oil. They require certain modifications and updates and all these sorts of things. And in case you guys were wondering, yes, the fairing says 748, but this is in fact the 996 motor that the owner swapped into it. So don't add us in the comments section, please. So modern riders are definitely spoiled in the motorcycle choices they have nowadays, but the other thing about it too is that they're more sanitized. You know, this bike has a certain smell to it. It has a certain panache, a certain kind of joie de vivre about it that new motorcycles just don't. Yes, the new bikes work way better, and they're way easier to ride, but this has, for lack of a better term, charm, soul, and character. So, for my money, you can keep your 215 horsepower leader bike. I'll take a Ducati 996 any day of the week. Thanks so much for checking out today's video. I really appreciate it. I'll catch you in the next one. See you later. Wake up! You're dreaming! You're dreaming! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! None of this is real! None of it's real! None of it's real! Wake up! Keep watching Amy Noob.
I got literally 77 seconds left when I'm out of here. phone call? What's going on with you? Are you up for a phone call? Give me a call.
Stop looking at my balls, nigga. always a nigga talk you put you down on. Stop looking at my nuts, nigga. That's for the ladies. Let the ladies yell out, man. You ain't got no business saying nothing. You scared to shop, nigga. You think this nigga's out there waiting on you. The gas station. And that's if you having sex with somebody that eat sandwiches out there. Her Gucci is itching, you itching. Ain't from nobody that just ate 3 of them sausages in a bag with the little bubbles on. Pepsi is another one that'll get your Gucci up. Acting like you didn't gas up, bitch. No, you didn't throw the 12 back around none. That's why your Gucci's itching. Men don't take baths at all. Some nasty ass niggas. Play with remote controls. Remote controls got feet and butt all on them. That's fucked up when you really gotta say when you gonna take a bath. I'm a real nigga. That don't make you real nigga, you funky. You stand against a real nigga? We need some fucking wipes, cause we all think we wiped our ass when we didn't. Cause I've been telling you, took a good shit, didn't wipe your ass, didn't seem like, oh, later on that day, about 5:30, a frantic itch and just, something stung your ass, like, nigga, go wipe your ass again.
Hey, Noel, what's up from Australia, man? I'm having a great stream today. Everybody's on the chill mode. I love it.
Oh my God. I'm talking about toilet paper just shredded everywhere. Yeah, itching like a motherfucker. Talk about the beauty of the world, man. That's 30 years later right there, man. Tell me the good God ain't good, man. The good God is good. 30 years later. Them niggas might have more money than me, but I got the juice, baby. Fuck the money, nigga. I got the juice. I'm gonna be here 30 more years out here like that, nigga. Still doing that to dance. Oh, man. I got a cousin, 300 pounds. She called me crying the other day. I said, what's wrong? She said, they snatching women in the Look at the man's face. The man was really mad. That wasn't no acting. That nigga was looking like, who in the fuck is this nigga? And then some came over me and said,
therapy, so it's my chance to get my shit. I'm trying to be a little more vulnerable in my comedy. I can always be funny and say funny stuff, but you know, I'm trying to grow up and just do real shit. So I just tell y'all something about my life. Like my father left when I was 11. Not funny, what kind of it's evil, man. His father left, he ain't no daddy. God damn. My father left when I was 11. And in black families, they don't really tell you nothing. I ain't even know he was gone. You know, I thought he was doing overtime. You know, so like day 3, I was like, daddy check gonna be big as hell. God. Ooh, he working a lot of hours. And it was messed up because I was only 11, and when my father was there, every Friday we would go to Burger King when, you know, when he got home. So every Friday was a Burger King, and back in the day, you know, that was a treat. You know, you knew kids, y'all get Burger King and McDonald's every day. You couldn't, back in the day, that you ain't just get Burger King or just regular. You know, that was like Friday type stuff. So that first Friday came, we ain't go to Burger King. It was sad as hell, dog, you know. So when my father left, I didn't even realize till like 3 days later. The only reason I realized because my father was an average, my mom was like a neat freak. My mom would clean all the damn time. But when she got mad, she would clean real aggressive. So she in the kitchen just mopping the hell out the floor. Like she trying to mop a hole out that bitch. Fabuloso flying everywhere. 3 drops when my eyes start burning. I run to the room, I'm crying. My big brother like, man, daddy coming back. I'm like, man, fuck daddy. I got Fabuloso in my eye. I ain't worried about daddy right now. Fuck that nigga, he gone, you know? So fast forward 35 years later. I ain't speak or seen this man in 35 years. So now he about to die. You know, I get a call from my older siblings like, hey man, you know, he about to pass, so you should go down there and check him out. And I'm a grown ass man at this point. But something about when your dad leave and you don't speak to him, when I found out he about to die, I went back to that 11-year-old boy. I wanted an apology, I wanted an explanation. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go down there, he probably gonna say, I'm sorry. He gonna tell me his side. But he was in hospice. I didn't know what hospice really was. I know it was like extra hospital. But I didn't know it was like dead almost. So I get down there, I'm thinking I'm gonna get an apology. He laying in the bed like this. I'm like, this nigga can't apologize. I'm leaning, I'm like, what you say? Is that a sorry? Just breathing in my goddamn ear, like. And one thing about them hospice nurses, when they tell you your people about to go, they know what the hell they talking about.
Oh, you know this,
It was like, he go in a minute now. One of my brothers was like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I was like, all right. By the time he came back, gone. So I got a lot of half brothers and sisters I just had that moment. I never seen them, but they all in the hospital, they crying. So I was like, oh, he must have been good to them. You know what I'm saying? So they in there crying, and I'm a comedian. I thought I whispered this, but I guess I said it out loud. I was like, well, guess he dead to all of us now. And nobody thought that shit was funny. They kicked me smooth out that bitch. Everybody blocked me on Facebook and everything. But you know what I did when I left there? I went to Burger King, got me a Whopper with cheese. Yeah. It was delicious. My father had a good life though, man. He lived till he was 89. Full head of hair. Had a whole hairline. I was like, you could have left me the hairline. God damn. He had a baby at 82. I was like, woo, that boy stomping dick off to his last days. I hope I get those genes. I want those genes. Because if I'm single at 80 something, oh, I'm dropping dick off. Raw dick everywhere, no condom. For what? Everybody getting raw dick, I'm 82. My homeboy was like, you gonna be on child support? I was like, to what, Tuesday? My other homeboy like, you gonna catch all kind of STDs. I was like, so what? I already got high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer. 2 more pills ain't gonna kill me. Shit. Matter of fact, the chemo gonna kill the herpes. I ain't even gonna have that no more. Chemo gonna kill all that. I'm good.
You know when it hit me in the 90s, how cool the 90s? I got a daughter now, she's 2 years old, and I took her to Barnes & Noble. It's a bookstore because I wanted to show him I wanted to show what the internet used to be like before, you know, the shit hit the Wi-Fi and shit. So we going through the books and everything. I'm in the baby section. I'm like, these are the books for your age. And looked at the toddlers, and I seen a book that said ABCs, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh shit, we need to make America great again. This is what they talking about. I thought you were talking about some other shit. This is what they afraid of. I don't know shit about ABCs. I ain't heard it before. I was good in English, you know what I mean? That never crossed my, you know. And my worst fear is to get pulled over by the police, and he's like, say your ABC backwards. And I'm like, oh shit, that's the type of pressure, you know what I mean? 90s babies don't want that pressure. Be like, what the fuck? Start doing stereotypical shit like Z. Y. Shit, I don't even know what gay X. You like, hey! You like, the nigga jumped at me. Pow, pow, pow. Flying squirrel right there. Times change for the police too, you know. Shit, my luck, I get pulled over by like a gay racist cop. And the nigga mad because I did the gay BCs wrong. Like, it's racist cop, like, you don't break on racist cop and you add gay on top, but that's a whole different beast, because you'll be confused by the shit. You talking to him like you're a racist cop, and he's gay, saying shit, he trying to put you in the car, and he be like putting his dick up and saying that, watch your head, you like, get the fuck off me! This nigga frisk you all weird and shit, and be smelling his hand when he's done. Like, yeah, I got you, nigga. You know, shit, you don't know how to feel. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck I report this motherfucker? Talking to the chief, he like, so, you know, he called you a nigga, right? He's like, no, that ain't the worst part. I ain't offended by that shit. It's when he said, that's the part. That's the part that fucked me. I'm offended by that. He sucked his teeth. There's levels to the shit. Shout out to the gay racist cops. These young niggas are different. Speaking of young niggas, y'all are very emotionally intelligent. I didn't know that. You motherfuckers are responsible and shit. For real. They let you know how they feel and why they feel the way they feel. When we was coming up, we had that shit. We blamed all our problems on a white man. For real. I didn't know who this motherfucking mysterious white man was who was suppressing me. I didn't know who this motherfucker was. Couldn't find out. He's an African American named Elon Musk.
Hello?
Every day. Elon Musk do a lot of nigga shit. Nigga, all them baby mamas only fuck with one kid from the baby mama. Be letting this nigga cuss motherfuckers out. They be selling niggas cars and stop on them. I don't like doing racist jokes. Being from Mississippi, niggas are sensitive about that shit. I don't like calling my Latino brothers and sisters Mexican or Hispanic. I don't like saying Hispanic because that shit got ownership in it. His. Yeah, I know he is Asians. His Australians. Used to be some his blacks, but we got over that shit. So I like saying these mixed couples. I love that shit. Down in Mississippi, we don't have beautiful white women. We don't. But no, I mean, we date white women. Them hoes like honey boo mama, motherfucking baby polar bears. Not like this pretty shit I'm seeing right now. You niggas came to fuck up. Real, we don't do this shit. No, fam, we don't have that now. Hell no. Trailer Park Central, that's the fuck we get.
And I'm all for interracial dating, for real. Like, as long as the male is black. I already know what the fuck happened. You probably playing football, blew your knee out. She saw you Panera Bread. Would you like a blueberry muffin? And you fell in love. That's the fuck what's happening right there. That shit. That's the norm. But if I see a sister with a white dude like you, sell out, bitch, if you don't get your ass back over here and love a nigga.
I have to talk about Jesus real quick before I transition into Diddy. That's how niggas. It's the fans. It's been a weird 12 months for hip hop. Last year, all 2023, we celebrated 50 years of hip hop. It was great. We had celebrations. Will Smith was performing with Jazzy Jeff again. Post-slap. It was good. And then at the end of the year, a third of the people we were celebrating got accused of sexual assault. It happened around Thanksgiving. It was like a Black Friday sale. Everybody was getting a charge, a TV or a charge. I was like, who's the district attorney? Oprah? You get a charge. You get a charge. Look up here, see? It's a sexual assault charge. Everybody who came today gets a sexual assault charge. Harpo. And here's the thing, when some people get canceled or hit with charges, I'm not tripping like, yo, I didn't even mess with your music like that. But Diddy, I used some of your songs. You know, like, but here's the thing, I'm not tripping like, are y'all gonna cancel Diddy music? Make some noise, you cancel Diddy music. Okay, I like how that sound. A confused, not on the same page crowd. Right now, nobody's ever canceled, like unanimously. You can listen to R. Kelly right now, you just gotta roll your windows up. You can't bump R. Kelly, you can't blast R. Kelly. But if you and your girl on your anniversary want to listen to a little 12 play, that's your playlist, not ours. We have no say in that. Here's the thing that sucks. Diddy has 50 Cent trolling him. Epstein didn't have 50 Cent trolling him. Epstein didn't have Eminem like, I know about the island. Like 50 Cent makes it worse. It's like, sex workers? Like, that's crazy, Diddy. Like, it just stings a little bit more when 50's laughing at you. He already said he's gonna put out the documentary. And here's the thing, if he does it, I hope he learned the lessons from the R. Kelly documentary. You can't play the man's greatest hits in the background while you're trying to convince me he's an evil person. Because now I'm confused. I'm over here dancing, but I'm troubled. It's almost like my mind's telling me no. Niggas, we know how the song goes. This is not chocolate karaoke. That's how uncanceled R. Kelly is. He was like, but my body, yeah. People don't sing this enough. Okay, he's canceled, that's right. It's wild, man. The R. Kelly documentary was so bad, I learned about new R. Kelly music in the documentary. One of the survivors, she was telling her story. She was like, I was in Atlanta in the mansion when he was working on the Buffet album. I'm like, Buffet album? I ain't know about no Buffet album. And I'm up on the music. So now I'm pausing the documentary to listen to the Buffet album. And let me can tell y'all, it was incredible. Honestly, if you haven't canceled them yet, listen to the Buffet album, and then never again. I'm gonna get out of here, man. But this Diddy, it's crazy, man. Like if you out here in these Hollywood streets, like the shit hits home. I've been to a Diddy party. I'm a survivor. I got away. No, Diddy, I'm going home, nigga. New Year's Eve 2018, Star Island. I was in there with Diddy and them, having a good time. Honestly, I'm a fat ass, and the most that I remember was that the food was incredible. And they had shrimp and grits, jambalaya.
Hey yo, at Gamer, much respect, much love from the other side of the pond, man. Hope every day is your best day. May the best of your todays be the worst of your tomorrows. And may the rain never hit you and you never have sorrow. My brother from another mother, I love you. Holla at your boy.
Red beans and rice, fried catfish. I was like, look, whatever they did illegally, they had to take a nap before. Because this food was heavy, okay? And then I started thinking to myself, maybe that's his thing. Oh, snap. Heavy food. He don't hit you with the pill, he hits you with the meal. Because I'll be honest, I was in the party, but I did get sleepy. You feel me? Like, I'm a survivor.
Laugh Factory Chocolate Sundae's biggest show in Hollywood. Let me on the stage. I ain't have to suck dick or nothing. Ain't God good? Ain't God good? Can't wait to say you gotta sell your soul to make it in Hollywood. So you gotta put on a dress and suck dick. I don't really care about who sold their soul to make it. I want to know who sold their soul and didn't make it. That's my... Who out here sucking dick still a regular person? Nigga that sucked 8 dicks. Still driving a 03 Lexus SL 300. Do you get your soul back? That's my question. Like, yeah, I ain't never make it. Can I get my soul back? Now, we put you in the movie. Nobody likes you. This entertainment shit weird, nigga. And PDD out here raping men and women. Shit weird, nigga. And PDD out here raping men and women. That nigga's a bisexual rapist. Is it going too fast? Like, nigga, yeah, I want everybody. I'm afraid to meet this nigga. I know niggas say, this nigga I'ma bring. Nigga might try to fuck me and my girl. Yeah, I'll take both of y'all. What if your girl try to convince you to do it? It is me, daddy. I can't be sucking dick with you, bitch. I can't be sucking dick with you, bitch. Yeah, this life is hard. The problem is gay men love to fuck straight men. That's the real issue. I'm like, nigga, just fuck niggas and fuck niggas. I don't fuck
niggas that fuck niggas. I convince niggas that don't fuck niggas to fuck niggas. I'm like, nigga, that's rape. You're raping me. Just get your dick sucked by somebody who sucks dick. Oh, fuck that. I want my dick sucked by somebody who don't suck dick. I want a crying, sad dick suck. This nigga Puffy just paid the most expensive light bill ever. They try to Cosby Kells that nigga. That nigga paid that Venmo request. Quick, son! Nigga, Cassie about to be on the Forbes list. Nigga, she about to get a record label. She about to get Mace contract, nigga. I don't know. I'm reading the report. It says Sean Combs assaults girlfriend Cassie allegedly giving all types of drugs, built all types of sex, and somewhere found time to blow up Kid Cudi's car. I said, what the fuck, Kid Cudi? People said, Terrell, you think Puffy did it? I said, I don't know. What I do know is I never put nothing past a billionaire. I got too much money. Look, I'm a regular nigga. We got an issue, we gonna fight. If I'm Puffy, I'm gonna blow up your fucking car. You understand? Nigga, what's the point of being a billionaire if I nobody?
I don't like, listen, dog, I'm not a person, I'm like, Hollywood be on my nerves. Like, people act like I feel sorry for Diddy. No, nigga. How you got $1 billion and want to fuck it up? You got $1 billion. You live in a dream. You a black man, and you made $1 billion fucking dollars, dog. And instead of just being like, God, so good, you went into some power shit. Like you better than God almost. And God was like, I will humble you, nigga. I will humble you, dog. Because it's about power. People are talking about the Normalization and making jokes. Man, fuck that. It's about getting $1 billion and thinking you're more powerful than God. You think you can move around like you God. And God gonna sit your ass down. And now he in jail talking about, you know, suicide watch. You better not kill yourself. I hope they resuscitate his ass. I hope you pass out. No, nigga. You won't live. You won't see everything. All the hidden cameras, nigga, talk about. And I'm listening. Diddy ain't shit, but all the people that knew about it ain't shit either. And all these people going to the parties, hanging out, like, I'm at a Diddy party. You heard a nigga fucking nigga over there. But now you want to act like I ain't got nothing to do with it. My partner in here right now from Texas, that's one of my best friends. If he has some illegal shit going on, hey buddy, what you doing? If he got $1 billion, I'm damn near beating him up. $1 billion. Because you got a fetish? You better jack off like the rest of us and keep this money. You fucked off $1 billion and now you want to kill yourself, nigga? No, you don't get to kill yourself. You can just live in this shit. I'm proud of Cassie for like going and like telling on the world. I ain't trying to be like you, man. That shit got me mad, dog. I guess I always thought to myself like I'm in Hollywood, you know what I mean? But I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. It's like, damn, I one day I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna fuck up my opportunity. I always thought that, right? And I could just be damned if I'm at a party one day, just kidding it, dog. And a nigga comes to me and tell me, yo, you wanna go in the bank? Like, to do what?
That Diddy trial's hilarious. Fuck, bro. I'm watching that shit like a episode of Black Mirror, nigga. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? This is the only show where the bad guy produces the soundtrack and shit.
Quinn knew he was gonna die. He just didn't think he would be at the hands of a friend. What the hell?
Shit. What the fuck? It's crazy how they investigate rich people too. They investigate rich people off so thorough. shit. They searched all his fucking houses. We're looking for evidence. Man, that's a thorough search for evidence, bruh. You found guns, drugs, secret tunnel. At one point, I was like, is Diddy the final boss in the new Grand Theft Auto game? Like, what the fuck? Come to my house and search that place thorough. You just gonna find student loan debt and maybe 3 unmatched socks. How thorough are you? You found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and 700 dildos. Well, why? After the 3rd dildo, I would have been like, I think we found what we're looking for. I don't need to find the rest 700. They weren't all in the box. They were all over the house. You looking for that. Bruh, if I come to your house and you have 1 dildo there, there's no way I'll be like, hey, I know this nigga got more. I love how everybody's divided on this shit too. This Diddy should be causing fights in the barbershop. Everybody divided on social media. Half of y'all like justice for the victims. The other half is like, yeah, but the more money, more problems. Video still slaps. Yeah. This Diddy shit make me cry sometimes, bro, because everybody's a fucking lawyer. I hate when that shit happens. Every time there's a trial, everybody on social media all of a sudden is a lawyer, bro. Dumbass motherfuckers that don't have no picture in their profile, lawyers. Well, if you look at the clause 17 billion of the deposition, like, shut the fuck up, bro. A week ago, you thought subpoena was a Dominican dish. Shut the fuck up, bro. I like how celebrities aren't saying shit. You notice that? Not the ones who are testifying. Look at celebrities ain't saying shit. Come on, you tell me none of the pussycat dolls are like, I got a weird vibe when I looked around. Not one, everybody quiet. You know why? Because the motto in Hollywood is innocent until it hurts your brand. Fucking assholes. Yeah, I feel like I'm in church and shit. And fucking Diddy's reps, everybody, all the Diddy's reps are all like, well, everything's false. It's fucking false. Of course, when you're that high up in fame, bro, denial isn't a legal strategy, bro. It's a marketing plan, bro. Yeah, we're gonna drop an album and a statement. Pre-save both. Here's my theory, bro. Fame fucks with the brain, bro. The human soul can only handle so much private jets to the point where it just stops recognizing consequence. For 30 fucking years, you were a genius because you were sampling other people's shit. Now you're confused as to why people are fucking mad at you for allegedly doing some felony life remixes of real life, bruh. Getting confused and shit. This man made a fucking man pee in his girl mouth. I'm not that mad at nobody for anybody. I'm not that mad at nobody. Some of you guys got baby mamas you don't fucking like. I know you've never thought of letting another man pee in the mouth. Okay? Some of you ladies got exes that you want to run over with your fucking car, but you never thought, I'm gonna get somebody to pee in this motherfucker's mouth. I have exes I don't like, and the most diabolical plan I ever came up with was I'm gonna buy this bitch tacos from Jack in the Box and make her shit water. That's the closest. That's the closest to angry I've ever been, bro. I've never said I'm gonna make somebody pee in this bitch mouth. I'm just gonna say one thing, man. If they cancel him, whatever, man. But if they do cancel him, that's up to the courts. If they cancel Diddy, let's just remove the mogul part. Stop calling him a mogul, man. You understand? I don't give a fuck how much vodka brands you own. If every meeting you have ends with SWAT, then you're just a RICO case with designer sneakers, bitch. And that concludes the Diddy sermon. Gustavo.
Diddy going through it? He deserves it though. You know what I mean? I ain't got no Diddy jokes though. That's just crazy. Like, people be like, oh, we want to hear what the comedians have to say about Diddy. And I'm like, man, first of all, everybody talking about that shit. So it's like, there ain't much more to say, you know? And when you realize when people saying about him, nobody really cares about the case. If you think about it, nobody really cares. What you keep seeing, Diddy was fucking dudes. Niggas just care that he was gay. Nobody cares but he was doing to people, and then you just see baby oil. Everybody just keeps talking about baby oil, to the point where Costco was like, hey, we didn't have shit to do with that. Like, Costco had to tweet out, like, we don't know that nigga, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, man, but the more shit that come out, though, like, even as a comedian, the more shit that come out, I'm like, yo, I don't think this is funny. This man was like a real-life villain. He was fucking evil. He did all the crimes, like, all of them. And I was like, I can't come up with no jokes because it's not funny to me. You know what I mean?
Backbone was a
8.5.
Strong. 9%.
Yes.
9.5% MVP.
Juice Force IPA. Live dangerously.
My cup is full, homie.
Welcome to the stage right now with a heater.
What's up, Boots? Okay, Boots? Okay, shut it down there. Oh, it's all women in here. Okay, yeah, good, bro. You about to come up, bro. I'm good. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all coming out tonight. We're gonna have a good time, man. Thank y'all for watching the podcast and supporting me. I appreciate that, for real. All right, let's get to it. Listen, man, I love my family, right? One thing about me, I've been out here 20 years, right? And whenever I get like a down moment, I think of something about my family that make me feel good, right? Like my mom, really, right? Like I'm 6.5. My mama thought I was going to the NBA. Yeah. Like she thought she was gonna never have to work again. Like I was her meal ticket. I was like, lady, don't quit your job. Right? Remember my senior year, she came in and cursed me out like, you can't make a layup. You can't make a free throw, they fucking free. Right? She's like, you ain't never gonna be able to get a scholarship playing like this. I guess I'm gonna be working at Walmart, so I'm 75 fucking with you. I'm working at Walmart, my name Marilyn, I'm Sydney mom. Sydney, the nigga on the register. Say hi, I ain't talking to you. Like, hey, how y'all doing? Dog, when I was 14, I ain't gonna lie, my dad called me jacking off, you know what I mean? Yeah. No, I think about it because it's funny, because listen, everybody has that moment when you first like touch yourself. Mine was Holly Berry and the white dude, right? Monsters Ball, yeah, and she looked at him, she's like, can you make me feel good, right? I'm 14, I'm going to work, right? Like I didn't have, I never did it before, right? So like, I didn't know where to finish, I didn't plan it, right? So I had a white wicker trash can, I was like, bet, that'll do, right? And I was like, I'm like, you know what I mean? As a grown man, you can control your, you know what I mean? But at 14, my knee buckled, right? And I'm releasing the best feeling I've ever had in my life, right? And then my dad was in the door, and he was like, when you're done, I want to talk to you. I love them, man. I love my family, dog. That's why when I be looking at like shows, like these documentaries, I watch documentaries and see like these Dateline when people be killing their family. That'd be crazy to me, dog. Like you can work that out. Like I was raised like you kill for your family. You know what I mean? But you don't kill your family, dog. And when I watch them shows, they like plan it out. Like that woman want to kill her husband? Oh man. She set it up like clockwork. Right? It take her like 6 months. She might like say something slick and let him know. She's like, okay, Daniel. I heard you loud and clear. He got like 2 months, he dead, right? But they still slick on the documentary, they finna kill him, they still slick. They still get them gifts on their birthday, right? A whole cake, keep pouring it out. She walk away, it's your last motherfucking birthday, man. Over 6 months, you watch her like playing this out. And when she finally finna do it, she go to the store. They all get the same shit. Some gloves, a shovel, some cement. And they bury it in the front yard. I'm sitting there watching the show like, this is crazy, right? I love my family, dog. My cousin was kidnapped as a child. True story, right? My uncle played basketball overseas, like in New Zealand, right? And he got with a white woman, right? And you know what I mean? To each his own, to each his own. They had a baby, right? Which was my cousin. And they came back to Texas. Dallas. They lived in Dallas, right? They got in an argument. One day he came home. There was a note on the bed. You'll never see a daughter again. I'm taking her back. She went to New Zealand, right? My uncle was like distraught. He come to my mom, who's the oldest in their family, right? He's like, she took my baby, right? Now I know I've seen my mama act tough. She from Gary, Indiana.
Reese, what's going on with you, baby? I'm good. What you up to? That's what's up. Yeah. That's why I was like, wait, the one that dropped? I was confused as hell. I was like, word? Like, I was like, I don't know if I can deal with this. Gotta make my 30-year-old dinner? Oh, Lord Jesus. Yeah, I don't mess with women with husband sons. That's funny. What kind of dog you got? Okay, they sweethearts. Yeah, they big lap dogs. Yeah, good dog. Yeah. That's what the fan. Like, yeah, I'm just here to chill. I don't know what you thought it was. What are you doing? Listen, somebody's at the door. You better go get that. That's funny. Let's see. You need to get it done. So what's new? What's good? I haven't talked to you in so long. Did he know his great auntie once removed? All right. Okay. That's a good name, though. It's a good name. What'd you end up picking? Yeah, those are forever cars. You get one of those, and you'll be good. So you'll get one later on in life. Oh yeah. Probably longer than that. Yeah, take care of it good. Do good maintenance. And don't let no one else slap into one. Oh, that's what he's gonna do, fly? Oh, nice. Out of what, 100? Is it still 100? Or how many hours? Oh, it's 300. Okay. Hours. Yeah, just get some work, get the time under his belt. Oh yeah. Time to pay that school bill. He'll be good because they need pilots. They need pilots. No, not really. I've never seen a black file except for Denzel Washington. Oh, they're out there. They're out there. Yeah, he sucked. Oh, he passes as a pilot? Where'd he go to school at? Okay. What's that, down towards Philadelphia? Okay. I remember seeing the signs down that direction. I didn't quite remember what it was. Like Philadelphia, PA area. I know Philly everywhere always way down. Oh, nice. Listen, that car will run forever too. And it can take a couple slaps. It still keep going. Yep. listen, run that shit or whatever you need to run it into. How you getting hit when you're supposed to be out here flying? You're supposed to swerve that. Now, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. That's the one that gets slapped up. Well, that's, you know, those are moms that love their son. My mom loved me different, I guess. Driving it anyway. They got your scent all over the seats. I'm out of here. Oh, that's a great story. It was meant to be. Wait, on the same side? Or like the same place in town? Oh. You got the baby with you too? I know that's why I'm gonna get Toyotas from then on out. Maybe good. It's a wrap. Boy, just looking for something. They just flew by. So he's almost done with school though. With an application. Got a lot going on. That's good. So you said you work from home? What do you do? So he reimbursed me all the money from the course. And I was like, that's cool, but I'm not gonna do it this life insurance. So I never ended up doing anything with it. But that's pretty cool. There's a lot of studying. How long is that course? Oh, that's good. That's like summer. That's it. That's like a summer and the beginning of a summer. That's quick. That's quick. I've been wanting to go to this school too, but I picked this career. It's like everything I did, I'd have to be online, and I'd be exhausted every day trying to do it. I drive like 11 hours a day, and then I have to look at a screen. Oh. Has you with the curriculum. deal with people. I mean, listen, everybody was black. Sounds like you need to build a nursery, not go back to tech school. Get a little bit of a business grant, a little SBA money. Nice nursery with some shrubs, a little bit of land. Had to, John. She had to. That's where you live near Wilmington? You live near Wilmington? That's like you're like an hour from where I live. An hour and a half. Well, depends on what part you live. Yeah, time of day traffic. Yeah, a couple things popped up. They sorted everything out. It took them 2 days. Yesterday was, but I should be good for some time. At least 2 months before I need another light service. I should just make little changes. So both your kids are boys. 2 and 20. Two is fun. Oh, 4. Oh, that's right. You said that. 7 hours. So I'll make it to Pennsylvania. Right now I'm in Connecticut. I'll make it home to Pennsylvania tonight. First I was doing flatbed in New Jersey, oversized loads into New York and Boston. And then I rented a tractor trailer and started driving for myself. Started Cash LLC. Now, after COVID, market kind of went down, gas went up, diesel went up. So I went to a different place and did these purchase, and now I'm just trying. This, I'm gonna get my authority. I'm gonna start a fleet. Take my time. Get my first truck paid for, then get the second one. So that's paid for the third, and then the sixth. And then we'll see what happens. If I can do it in a timely manner, I'll be a young man still, 50s. Hire someone to run the company, and I can do something else. If I can get the right guidance, it can turn into something big. If I got to do it myself, it'll be big enough. The way, God's good. If I were to purchase the truck myself, I would just need my authority, bank, and good credit, and maybe some collateral. But after I got divorced, that shit went out the window, so start from scratch. So now it's the forced method where my payments are super high weekly. So I gotta keep moving. I was married for 10. I have one son. He was just with me for the last couple of weeks. And he got lucky, got some shows and got went to bed. That's right. That's right. Clumped up and shit. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Kiss my feet? No. Why? Like surprised too, like what do you mean? My feet need kissing. What are you talking about? Nah, my you got the Toyota people, you like y'all be like plants. I like that. Toyotas and plants. It's a good mom. So where's the dads at? Wait, the 20-year-old and 2-year-old got the same dad? That's beautiful. Why are you not with this man? Black love is so complicated. Sound like he's slick. Sound like something that's. It certainly wasn't me. So when my son was 4, and I put him in this preschool, I put him in this place called Chesterbrook. It was real nice. Like I can view it on the cameras when he's there, or teachers let me talk to him or whatever. That shit was like $400 a week. It was worth it. Because he learned a lot. Graduated out of there. To first grade, went right to kindergarten. Already reading some words and stuff, so it was good. Yeah, my son's going to 3rd grade. I'm trying to get him one more time before the summer's out because he got to do his packet. I had the 2nd grade teacher make me a summer packet for him. I had to have on to teach that every time, ever since he was a baby. Something on here. Trying to make his mama teach him better Spanish, but she had to. Yeah, she's from Guatemala. It burdens me. Too, because that's one reason why she got the job. I need this bilateral baby real quick. Set my boy up. But his grandma talks to him all the time, so it's okay. He'll pick up enough where he's comfortable hearing it. I just speak it back. What's going on up here? Is there an accident or something? My Spanish is all broken up. It takes me a couple minutes to get into it. And I need to get my vocabulary better, and then I can put things together. I know. Spain, Spanish, Guatemalan Spanish, Honduran Spanish, there's Puerto Rican Spanish, you know. But once you get it, you'll figure it out. Like, you know. So I'm just focusing on Spain Spanish. That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah, what's that sweet stuff? Yeah, what's that sweet stuff? I started my son on when he started getting candy, and with I'd always get fruit leathers from the liquor store. So I'd give him that because I didn't want to give him the straight regular candy. Now I mean those fruit leathers are good too, like, and honestly they cause more problem than they did good, because you know them little fingers, they don't care about tissues or wrappers, none of that. Old candy in the hand, like then could put his hand right on your thigh. The Jolly Rancher, yeah, got good taste. Jolly Rancher, some butter crunch cookies. I used to do my thing back in the day. Dag, I might not make it back if I keep driving there, if they don't get out the way. Yeah, when I'm tired or when the time runs out, I'll put it on. Half-hour break at 8 before 8 hours, or I can work for 3 hours. Well, I can work for 4 hours and drive for 4 hours, go off duty for 3 hours, drive for 7 hours, and then go sleep for 7 hours and get my hours back. Like, this is called a split shift. Oh, it's the left two lanes are closed. That's what's going on here. What, driving wise? We the best drivers in the world, baby. Well, not all of us. Not saying that. Lord knows I've seen some things. What happened? You was with Tracy Morgan when he got hit by that Walmart truck? Yeah, don't be hovering around them, especially not in this blind spot or nothing. Just, you know, just keep pushing. And that's it. I don't like when people are next to me, especially when we're all by ourselves on the highway. I'll put my turn signal on. Yeah, I'll put my turn signal on both lanes. Just so I can. I'm trying to get ahead of them. Just so I can provoke them to get out the way. Damn, I tried to take this exit so I can get ahead of them. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Because it looked like they stopped everybody on the other side. Damn it. I should have stayed where I was. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, people. Let's go. Keep moving. We're all trying to do the same thing. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, buddy. Come on. Come on. My pet peeve about what? Oh, I don't like when people get on the highway and don't go fast enough to get on the highway. What are you doing? Come on, people. Yo. Ooh, I think I just timed it perfectly. Oh my goodness. Did I just time it perfectly? Did I get off and get almost right behind the police? This is beautiful. Come on. Yeah, I know we ain't gonna follow them all the way down the highway while they're dropping cones, you assholes. Yo. Yo, see, this is what I be talking about, right? Like, they can get all of us on the right side while they put these cones down, and they can block off the other two lanes and let traffic keep flowing. But no, they gotta stop everything. What y'all doing? Yo, see this? See this right here? No, they didn't. They're still not letting the one lane go. Let the one lane go. What are y'all doing? This is what happens when no one knows how to take charge. I mean, I'm in the front of the line now, so I'm happy about that, but why do we have to go as fast as they're putting these cones down? And why ain't there a machine that can do this? This is ridiculous. Tell them why you're mad. Yeah. Jeez, What's the new show? What you watching? Oh, House goes hard. Oh, I almost started watching that again. Yeah. Blacklist, okay. I never seen that one. That wasn't really my thing. Reacher's my Jones. I finished Reacher. So there's another one called Tracker. If you like Reacher, you'll like Tracker too. It's not as deep as Reacher is. Reacher's the truth. But Tracker's pretty good. It's a close number 2. And what else was I watching? I was watching something like House. I was watching Watson. With what's his name? Morris Chestnut. That's pretty good. Oh, and I just started watching From again. From the season 3. Oh, okay. They was waiting to get it all over to the 3rd lane. Okay. Let's go. Let me through, baby. Let us through. Give me the green light. Yo, I'm not gonna make it to Pennsylvania. Damn. All I needed was 5 minutes ahead of this food. Let's go. Well, if I sit in traffic too long and I'm not at a good pace, it will ruin the timing for the rest of the trip. Because I won't know exactly. Yeah, I need to be at a certain speed. I kind of want to try to jump the line again, but I'm gonna try one more time. I think I can get it. I hope I can jump the line. Let's go. Just don't run the stop sign, Jeremiah. Yeah, I hear you. Good. That sounds so crazy. Yeah. That sounds so wild hearing you yell that. Jeremiah! Jeremiah! Mama? Coming? Let's go. Did I get it? Woo! I got it! Oh, shit! You damn right, Jerry. Good move, baby. Woo! Cause they wasn't trying to let nobody through, yo. What's going on here? That's how I be feeling. That's how I feel right now. Like I just took my pants off, ran through the crowd. Free! 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 You don't got me on speakerphone, right? You don't got me on speaker, right? Okay. So I was thinking, right? What if a nudist, just like a regular dude, went to the bribery next to me, like the bribery? You think he'd be the only one to get arrested because he ain't gay? Well, you started it with just take the pants off and run around. We all free, and I just broke out. I'm like, yo. And the last joke that I heard on I was watching Chocolate Sundays, they was talking about Diddy and how he been diddling everybody. You don't want to know. You don't want to know nothing. Ain't none good. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be no traffic because it was all back there. No, we're all curious about that. Like, yo, so this freaky nigga's been doing weird shit with people that are compliant. Like, he ain't forced nobody to do shit. All right, he's abusive. Yeah, he will. So she keeps coming back because she likes the lifestyle. And like, yo, what? Like, what do you really do? What do you really do? Oh, I'm confused. What's happening? You can't book my boy on baby oil, and you can have as much as you want. There's no cap. There's no cap on baby oil. What did it do? Did someone die? Yeah. Did he kill Biggie? What happened? I want to know. Let's get to the bottom of this. Like, what's really going on here? Let's watch a shorty get her peed in. Like, let me stop because you don't hear nothing about this stuff, right? Ugh. Wow, man. I can't wait to get a weekend so I can detail my car. And just sitting there all lonely. No, not getting no love. Order some nice products, some nice detailing products. I just did some upgrades on the suspension, some much needed upgrades. My baby hit 200,000. Yeah, she still drives like she's brand spanking. I gotta get this shampoo or these seeds though. It's time for a freshen up size and super deep detail. Huh? Yes. Sounds to me you'd have a lot of plans to do too. It sounds like you'd have a lot of plans to move too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, get a drum with a funnel. That'll work. Yeah. Like Ivy. My bad, my arm hit my ear, scratching my neck. Can you hear me? No. Alright, I'm gonna make it back with maybe 2:15, 2:17. That ate up a lot of my time. That ate up the half an hour I had. Cut me close. So it's 11 o'clock when I get back there. It should be 11 o'clock at night. I thought I was gonna get there by 8. Started 11 to 10, 9. Took half an hour break. Set for half an hour, 10, 9. It's an hour, right? Not much traffic. I lost an hour, so. Whatever. Oh, I did take another break. I had to get. Don't mind me, I'm just. Huh? Steak? Go on. Outback? Get the cinnamon, sugar, and butter on it. Get the cinnamon and sugar with the butter. Sweet potato. Okay. Hello. They make some good lamb chops over there too. Did you get the blooming onion? Yeah. Had to be done. I got 4 payments left on my Toyota. That's it. I was thinking about paying it all off in one shot, but I'm like, no. Let me savor the moment. Savor that last payment. I'm gonna do the same thing with the truck. I'm gonna pay it all the way to the end. And they be taking escrow from me every check, so I'm like, they gonna be like, you want us to pay off your truck? You got enough? I'm like, nah, B. We're gonna run it out. I'm keeping that money at the end. All that money I put towards this shit, and I was like, you can't touch it after all these repairs. I'm gonna make sure that money hits my pocket. popcorn. Blasphemy. You don't like none spicy? Word? More wings for me, baby. Yeah. Well, I always get a negative didn't matter. Now that I know you that you don't like spicy. So you're fine those. Yeah. Like Indian curry, not too spicy where you can't eat it. That's what I'm in my other one.
is a mecha versus zombies battle. You can assemble different weapons to annihilate zombies in thrilling ways. Look, flamethrowers are more effective.
Greetings, my fellow terrorists. Welcome to the channel. I hope you guys are all safe and well. And thank you for joining me on this episode, where we have a roller on the bench, which looks like Christopher Walken's Where the Sun Don't Shine. And here's what's coming up in this episode.
Now boys, this what your daddy's watched. He died of dysentery. So, son, I had this Uncle Mill up my for 4 years. Now, watch. I gave this watch to you.
So today we have this Rolex reference 4499 from the World War II era, believed to be one of the first Air King models released by Rolex. Now, Rolex was still a relatively young company at this stage, as it was only founded in 1905 by Hans Wilsdorf in London. In the 1920s, and related to companies such as Iglia, Gruen, and even Alpina. I think this movement was developed by Hermann Aglia in the 20s from the Hunter pocket watch movement. Now, when Rolex was founded back in 1905 by Hans Wilsdorf and Alfred Davis, all they did was import movements from Iglia in Switzerland to London. They then had these movements in cases produced by companies such as Denison and others. And then they sold these watches to jewelers who put their own names on the dials. And even their own watches were branded with W and D for Wilsdorf and Davis. So it makes sense that Rolex would eventually own this movement and use it in their watches in the 40s. Eventually, they would come up with the word Rolex. It's made up, like Neverdelia, with a veneer. And so back to this piece in front of us, which has a few issues. As you can see, the movement is quite dirty and not currently functioning. The crown pendant tube has also snapped in half, and the threaded part is stuck inside the case. The crystal is cracked, and the case is showing its previous battle scars. But most notably is this dial. Now, restoring Rolex can be a very polarizing subject, especially when it comes to restoring the dial. Rolex watches seem to be more valuable and more prized by collectors the more battered they are, as long as everything is still original. So I have to be quite careful on how I approach this restoration. But on this watch I can see that the case has already previously polished. The crystal is obviously cracked and will be replacing. The movement will require more servicing and oiling, and the dial looks like it has been relumed previously, but I think we can all agree the dial is quite ugly in its current state. I mean, it's had a very tough journey, very dark. Now, there are some people who like to put things away as family heirlooms, as collectibles, and I totally get that. Just as Butch's great-granddaddy passed it on to his granddad, who passed it on to his dad, who passed it on to him. But there are others who like to enjoy these items on a regular basis. And so what I've decided to do in this case is to source an alternative dial and then keep the original
Henry,
dial
you know
as it
this
is.
is the bottleneck right here.
And so the watch can
This
be
would be like this
enjoyed
even if
with
they
a
didn't even
nice
have these
clean
cones
dial.
up. Matter of fact,
The
it's
original
actually
dial can
moving
be
smooth
installed
right
at
now
any
with these
point.
cones up than it is with 3 lanes. Isn't that crazy? I don't even understand, because right after we get past exit 5, this shit opens right back up like nothing happened. Well, because nothing ever happens. Well, I mean, shit happens, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, Rolex was still a relatively young company at this stage, and so everything was still done a little bit ad hoc.
which is quite evident on this movement. This movement would have had an original uglier serial number, and what Rolex did was cross it out and put their own serial number on there. I did pose this question in one of my community posts, and some of my very clever subscribers pointed this fact out to me, that it may have just been crossed out by Rolex so that they can put their own serial number on there. So I'll just disassemble the movement, inspect all the parts, give it a good clean, and then reassemble it with some lubrication.
iPhone 16e has a durable design and ceramic shield because the average person drops their phone 208 times a year. Make that 209 once they see the price. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Geico has a 97% customer satisfaction rating.
Wow. Our cats just love great customer service.
Customer service? Right.
They don't get this excited for wet food. You know?
No.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Attached directly to the center wheel. So I'll just remove this first, so it should be easier for the center wheel to come out later on. So as you can see on the ratchet wheel, it says 15 rubies, which means that this is a 15 joule version. And a lot of you have asked me in my previous videos what the exact function of these jewels are. So if you try and imagine all the moving parts, the wheels and pinions, they all sit on pivots, and these pivots have to rest inside the top and bottom plates. Now, before the use of rubies, it just used to be metal against metal, and as you can appreciate, metal against metal causes a lot of friction and a lot of wear. And so these jewels, which are actually synthetic rubies, act as bearings. And so these jewels are very smooth, they cause less friction and less wear on the metal parts. And they also act as small oil wells for the lubrication to sit. And the use of these jewels has enabled watches to become more accurate and more durable.
Look, you see? Look, exit 6, picks right back up, even with the goddamn tone. Look at this, look at this. Smooth, yeah. Yeah, no trucks on the parkway. Nah, it's too far out of the way for me. It's better off if I just went this way anyway, because I ain't going but 3 more exits. I'll have to take 287 south. Down to Jersey. All this traffic is messing with my time. Cut kind of close. If the right lane's closed and you're not getting off the fucking highway, what the fuck is y'all on the right lane
broken off. I can also hazard a guess by looking at the excessive wear on the mainspring in the best catalog, which you can also find online, which has a formula for working out the correct mainspring for your particular barrel size.
Yeah, I just came up. Every time I get close to my exit, this is bullshit. You mean the Governor Cuomo Bridge? Yeah, I remember too, man. I remember coming over to Tappan Zee and watching them build that whole bridge over the years. It's nice they got all them lanes now. And I only get stopped at the bottleneck up at Nyack.
So after the parts have come out of the cleaning machine, you can see that some of the parts look almost moldy. Some of the other parts have a lot of wear, which I'm not too fussed about, and I'm not going to try and restore that. But it's just the parts that look like they have some sort of mold or staining on them that I want to address. And here you can see the excessive wear to the rhodium plating on the mainspring barrel, due to the mainspring being too wide and rubbing against it. There seems to be an inscription on this bridge which says 1534. I wonder if that was Rolex or if that was the previous watchmaker who serviced this watch. So I've borrowed somebody's electric toothbrush. I'm not going to say whose it is. They may be watching this video. I'm only kidding. This is a spare old toothbrush. It doesn't belong to the accountant. And you may be asking why I'm using toothpaste and charcoal. Your guess is good as mine. But some do say that you can see my teeth glowing from the dark side of the moon. Seems much better. The stains have gone and it's only the wear and fading that remains. And yes, this is a Ferrero Rocher chocolate tray. Monsieur, with this Ferrero Rocher, you are really spoiling us. It's the ambassador's choice. Once I've finished with this brushing process, the parts will go in an ultrasonic machine. Then I will do some pegging, and then they will go back into the watch cleaning machine.
can watch me renew the stage more, stage more. Yeah, the cookies more.
history, kind of a running forward and getting stronger game?
So these are the results after the first and second cutting stage. And all that remains is for me to give it a final buff to get rid of any fine scratches or minor swells.
I think I've seen that on the news. I don't know if I was around for it.
Which, according to my calculations, should
to drive by that.
For those of you who are interested in
I do remember that was a long time ago. Is that up here?
See that this is a manual wine industry. And therefore, you do not need to.
I vaguely remember that. I've seen so many.
On an automatic windscreen.
I know that tanker fire was crazy.
To allow the windscreen to slip. I was unable to find an oil chart for this particular movement, and in my previous visual culture video I have provided a basic outline on what oils to use and where to use them if you don't have an oil chart for a particular vintage movement. So please refer back to that if you need a guide on how to know this particular movement, and then leave the rest of the segment in silence so you can enjoy what they are saying.
Intense fire in Norwalk Thursday afternoon. It's destroyed the Fairfield Avenue overpass above it. Traffic is still diverted at this point, and a big cleanup task.
Oh, that's right. That was right over here. I remember now.
At the site, courtesy of Connecticut DOT Earth Camp, the damaged bridge has been demolished, and crews are.
That's right. They got stuck under the bridge and it melted the fucking bridge, and the bridge fell too. That's right. Oh, was that the one in Philly? That might have been the one in Philly. I'm getting my tanker fires mixed up now. Oh, that was the one, yep. That was the one. The bridge fell too.
Take a look, they're hauling away excavators, at least on the northbound side, and we had some highway sweepers a little while ago, compared to the southbound side, where you see a ton of action going on there with that demolished bridge still in piles of.
Let's see if I can pull it up on the regular joint so it's louder.
A section of the interstate has been closed for days after a gasoline tanker truck crash sparked an intense fire in Norwalk Thursday afternoon. The incident destroyed the Fairfield Avenue overpass above it. Traffic is still diverted at this point, and a big cleanup task is at hand. Here's a live look at the ongoing work at the site, courtesy of Connecticut DOT Earth Cam. The damaged bridge has been demolished, and crews are scooping up the rubble to haul it away. Let's bring in Richard Jacoby.
Yeah, I was going 84.
Connecticut. Richard, how's it looking?
I was taking 84 when that happened. From 87 north to 84 east, and then back the same way.
It has since come down, and Interstate 95 northbound looks a lot cleaner tonight. So here's some good news as we approach Monday and getting this major thoroughfare reopened. Take a look, they're hauling away excavators, at least on the northbound side, and we had some highway sweepers a little while ago compared to the southbound side where you see a ton of action going on there with that demolished bridge still in piles of a mangled mess of dirt. That still has to be cleaned up. But again, things will hopefully soon get back to normal. That's what everybody's hoping, because into the early evening, demolition crews broke down again what was once a charred overpass, charred after a tanker carrying thousands of gallons of fuel crashed with 2 other cars on Thursday morning under that bridge in Norwalk. That crash shut down miles of one of the busiest interstates in the country for days. Traffic? You betcha, lots of it. Think about it like this. 140,000 vehicles approximately cross this section of 95 every day. Right now you have 2 exits completely closed, causing a massive backup on local roads. A trip for many that has taken hours on this Saturday. We spoke with truckers, to folks coming from today's Yankees game. Yeah, they're still driving. And even a couple who decided to move into their new home in Madison, Connecticut today, driving all the way from Manhattan. What a day to pick to move.
Traffic sucks, but hey.
How long is it taking you from the Bronx to get to this point?
Oh man, dude, it took me an hour and a half to get over here. Just here.
Yeah. Another how much longer?
Oh man, from here home another 3 hours probably. But hey, the game was worth it. We won. Or at least 2 more hours.
Yeah, that was wild business, man. Wild business. Remember all that craziness. That shit was crazy. That was a dangerous ass fire. Fucking fuel tank. That's crazy. Fucking hazmat truck. That shit got so hot it melted the bridge. You know how hot that is? Side of the concrete to fucking kill the structure of the bridge. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. Those are super hot temperatures. BMW? Hell no, I ain't going through White Plains. Hell no. That's guaranteed traffic. No matter what time you go. Well, like 2 in the morning, you know. But there's construction. There's always something. I'm not going through the Bronx. I ain't going through White Plains. I ain't doing none of that. We're gonna go right here through Nyack and near Sleepy Hollow and whatnot. We're gonna go this way. Down by 9W. Take 287 down to 87, down to 78.
iPhone 16e has a durable design and ceramic shield because the average person drops their phone 208 times a year. Make that 209 once they see the price. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to grow out loud.
say they were rare, where else are you going to get one of these dials from? These dials were handcrafted by our resident watchmaker's apprentice, aka Trouble, Gerard Genta, eat your heart out. Now these special dials are so special they don't have any dial feet, so I'll just be using these dial dots to secure this special dial to the movement. Voila! It's fabulous. I know what you're all thinking while you're sitting there with your hand over your mouth. What a brilliant idea and what an amazing dial. What a brilliant idea and what an amazing dial. However, on those days where you're not feeling very funky and very adventurous and you want to go for something a bit more conservative, I also have this alternative. So as for this vintage dial, I don't have much information on this dial, which era it's from, which model it's for, but I ordered it with the correct diameter and the dial feet were also in the right place. And now I'm putting away the original dial in a very dark place. Now I have managed to source 2 tubes for this case. The standard sizes seem to be 2.5mm and 3mm. There doesn't seem to be anything else in between. The 2.5mm tube is too small for the case, and the 3mm tube is too big. So I'm having to re-tap the thread on the case, and hopefully the 3mm tube should fit. Nearly done here, folks, and while I finish off, some of you have been trying to message me through Instagram. I opened up my Instagram page many years ago, but I stopped using it and don't go on it that often, as it scares the life out of me. Every time I go on there, I see young people, or more like young kids, shaking their bodies uncontrollably as if they're having some sort of epileptic fit. I thought we had advanced medication for this type of condition. They're all wearing leggings. They're all wearing bloody leggings. My kids used to wear leggings over their nappies. Don't they make normal clothes anymore? But if you do want to follow me on Instagram, then I'll try and get a bit more active on there. And I hope you don't mind me sharing my thoughts with you. And the reason for me sharing my thoughts is because I also have a young daughter who's on the cusp of becoming a teenager. So she's still a tweenie. I think it's the natural instinct of every father who has a little girl to try and not only protect his own little girl, but everybody else's when he sees them in danger. And personally, I see this current fad as a bigger danger and a bigger threat than the pandemic that we are facing. And so there you have it, folks. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and I hope I've managed to provide you with a bit of escapement and some light entertainment during these forever crazy times. I also hope I've managed to provide an alternative solution for those of you who love to collect things, but would like to enjoy them at the same time without the fear of ruining them or ruining their originality. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all the lovely comments that you leave. And if you would like to show your support, then why not become part of the Watchmaker family by subscribing and liking the videos and sharing it with your friends and family. I also have a Patreon page if you would like to support the channel, and I also have an Instagram page. And so my message is for any of the young people that may be watching today. You don't need to seek approval from the whole world. You don't need to show all your beauties to complete strangers that you never met before in your life. And stop wearing leggings. Please buy some proper clothes. Now, to some of you, the original dial on this Rolex may have been beautiful, and to others, this current dial may be beautiful. It's all subjective, but true beauty never requires any attention. So what I'm trying to say is, everyone is beautiful in their own ways, to the ones that are near and dear to them. So you don't need approval from the whole planet and from complete strangers on Instagram and TikTok and anything else. Stay safe, folks. Look after yourselves and look after one another. If the Almighty wills, I'll see you on the next one. Ta-ra.
Name something that might be curvy.
Me. Oh,
Steve Harvey got a little too curious about this answer.
I don't know why I clapped out from
The reaction is priceless.
Can I say that? Yes, you might as well. I don't know why I clapped out from I don't know what. Let's just turn around and see what we got here. Name something that might be curvy.
Make it a sound.
You said, yes, Lord. Name something that might be curvy.
Me. Oh,
I want to give a shout out to Demola Adamaleko, okay? Nigerian American CEO of Red Lobster, and he's young. CEO, killing the game right now. That's what I'm talking about. He's Nigerian American like me. So he's Nigerian, but he was born in America. Huh? Huh, Nigerians? Yeah, we're still Nigerian. So we should be proud of this. He is the CEO of Red Lobster. Red Lobster. Yes. I never really was a Red Lobster type of dude. I know I heard they got
Recently, I've been talking about the ICE raids and the beef between the Black and the Hispanic community in America. And of course, that division has been getting worse. But while that situation has been festering in America, another YouTuber made a video talking about something similar, but also different. His name is Cam James. He created a pretty long video called The Cold War, Tariq Nasheed's 6 Stages of Cultural Grift. Now, Cam James is a YouTuber I've seen come up and around the last 1 to 2 years on the platform. He's very similar to FD Signifier. He's not a guy who posts a lot, but when he does, it's a very long video with a lot of very detailed information. He's a very fastidious guy, so he gathers a lot of information over time. He'll create a masterpiece sort of video. A lot of the stuff he's going to put out is going to be even with some incriminating information on the subject itself. So he'll find contradictions on somebody like Dr. Umar, and he'll make sure he gets all his ducks in a row before he shoots his actual shots. But in this video, he's trying to prove that Tariq Nasheed is using FBA as a cultural grift, and that pretty much he's being divisive. Now, he's a very good YouTuber. He's an excellent YouTuber, in my honest opinion. And if you want to check out the video, you can. It's linked below. But I want to deal with 3 of the parts of the video in which I feel are the most important for this discussion. The first thing is that he's attacking Tariq Nasheed's ability to define what a true FBA is.
This rule blatantly and intentionally ignores that people cross between these plantations all the time. Enslaved people were sold off to the Caribbean after working in America because Haiti had high demand, and they were sent there as punishment too, since conditions were reportedly more brutal on those plantations. This is the best part. Lincoln even tried to send these freedmen Tariq wants to focus on to Haiti.
So as you know, hashtag FBA is a foundational Black American. It's very similar to the idea about hashtag ADOS. So this is a person that's an American descendant of slave. This is an individual that is born in America from West African slave heritage. But what this brother here is saying is, well, how can you track that? Because you had people going between different plantations. There are people born in America that ended up in Jamaica. There are people born in America that ended up in other parts of the world. So who is a true FBA? And on the flip side, you can have somebody that's born in the Caribbean and has Caribbean heritage, the Haitians in Louisiana, and then they become part of FBA. He is correct. There is no real way to identify, because of the slave movement, who are true ancestors. Could we have FBA ancestors in Brazil? I'm pretty sure, because even Nigerians can trace some of their ancestry to some parts of Brazil. Even Lagos is named after a Portuguese city, right? But the reality is, when you talk about hashtag FBA or somebody who is non-FBA, what do we typically want to go off of? What a person identifies with. For an example, let's look at Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is from Trinidad, which are the same West African slave ships that brought African Americans over. Okay? We can say that Trinidad and Tobago, their DNA would be very similar to what we call hashtag FBA. But remember, Michael B. Jordan tried to name his rum brand J Overt, okay? This is a term associated with the Caribbean Carnival celebration. And when he tried to do that, guess who came down on him? Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj and the rest of the Trinidadians said, oh no, this is not your community. You are committing cultural appropriation against our group. You need to change that. And they forced him to apologize. But here's the issue. Nicki Minaj is doing what? Cultural appropriation of who? Hashtag FBA, or African Americans. She's not even a legal citizen of America, but it's because of what she claims. She claims Trinidad and Tobago. And so many of us claim hashtag African American or hashtag the Negro. Even though we may be from the certain places, we may have back and forths, who knows, but it's about what you claim. For an example, I live in California, okay? It's not uncommon for two sisters to live on opposite sides of town. They both come from Louisiana. They moved to Compton. One person moves to Luders Park. Another person moves to Atlantic Drive, okay? She loves her sister and her sister's kids, but the kids start gang banging. Her sister's kids become Luders Park Bloods, okay? And then her kids become Atlantic Drive Compton Crips. Guess what? It don't really matter that we're the same blood anymore or the same relative. What matters is we're claiming different gangs. And if you diss each one of the hood, it's a death sentence. And while he's right, I mean, he's a smart guy, what we gotta understand is people identify with. Had French heritage, okay? He was mulatto, right? My grandmother had a child by another man while she was married. What's that sounds? That was shady, okay? Anyways, that gave me a different grandfather than the rest of my aunts and uncles. However, my family carried the same last name of the individual that my grandmother was married to, okay? So we still claim a little bit of the Louisiana French by association, all right? And that is typical of what we talk about. When you're hashtag FBA, there are certain things that do make you FBA outside of lineage. It is being National Baptist, or being Church of God in Christ, or being AME. Get it? There's certain little things that tie you to the culture or to the community. And while he's correct, there's also certain things that make somebody like Nicki Minaj a lot different than a person like me. And no matter what you try to do, that division will always be there. The next thing he talks about is the census.
As if a census conducted in 1870 could ever account for the full extent of the atrocities committed during slavery. As if our ancestors hadn't scattered all over the planet by then. And as if the federal government could ever be trusted to create and operate the entire department it would require to process and verify all these people. How are they gonna stop Rachel Dolezal? Ernie's good, but how are they gonna stop Kenny Smith? Why would you want the feds to have the power to further classify and exclude huge sections of the black population in the first place?
Now, this is an interesting point because, you know, you should be able to check your heritage through a census. I think that also relates to the first point. Again, he's a smart guy. I won't take anything from the guy. So, I mean, okay, I think the point is still very similar to the first argument that I made. The next thing he talks about is the different criteria associated to FBA.
Unless they have a verified track record of loyalty and tangible contributions. Y'all might be asking, but Tariq, why would the year matter if their other parent is full FBA? This is when you get hit with the most unserious, unscientific claim on this whole site. The African and Caribbean immigrants before that time frame had a different collective disposition in relation to FBA. Translation, their vibes were off. He goes on to explain that people like Marcus Garvey, who was Jamaican, and Malcolm X, whose mother was from Grenada.
So what he accuses Tariq Nasheed of is saying, listen, before 1970,
when your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill that I don't have to stand right next to the whole time?
Just ask Google.
What he accuses Tariq Nasheed of is saying, listen, before 1970, we could accept people that were half FBA. For example, Malcolm X, who had a mother from Grenada and a father from the community, okay? Even somebody who was like Marcus Garvey, we could also celebrate him because he had the mind of the people. And so after COINTELPRO in 1970, we saw more division amongst blacks. And so we can't really take people, you know, that are, you know, half African American and half Jamaican seriously as much because of what happened. Again, I'm in the middle of an argument like this because let's take somebody like Brother George Macon, who's here on YouTube. His mother is Cuban, his dad was African American. His dad recently passed like 2 years ago, but he is, you know, from Philadelphia, grew up in the African American community and identifies with the community. So I feel like this is more about self-identification and who you rock with in the community a little bit more. So again, I don't really have much to say about this. It could go either way between the brother and Tariq Nasheed. But here is a straw that broke the camel's back.
I can't categorically say every Nigerian got this talk. But a lot of Nigerians that travel abroad got this talk from their family, where they will sit you down and tell you, you're going there. Don't go and talk to those black Americans. You just go and get pregnant. You get into drugs. You start become they give you that talk that just go to the white community, find a nice place. They just go and be decent. Stay with the white people. They give you that talk. So when you enter America, you already have a perception of African Americans. You've judged them. And of course, they can see that judgment in your behavior towards them. And they see how you are almost like yes master to their Igbos. They see, they're not blind. So when they have that feeling of when they become defensive when you're in their presence, it's because they see that perception you have of them. So I know I got that talk, and a lot of Nigerians got that talk. So we are over there, we are doing well, we are doctors, we are building houses, we are feeling like yes, so we come to the land of the living, we are there, land of the plenty, and we are doing well. Forgetting that some people sacrificed for you to go there in the first place. So is that acknowledgement that the African American community are expecting of us, especially those of us living abroad in America?
In this clip, you have Nigerian immigrants who talk about their time in the United States and how their parents told them to stay away from hashtag FBA, and that if they didn't stay away from them, they would end up pregnant and they would have issues, and that a lot of times the blacks saw them and how they catered to white people. And so this is really the heart of the division. And again, he accuses Tariq Nasheed of grifting the culture or making a profit off of it. I mean, I can leave that to his discretion or anybody else. But the reality is that if this part wasn't true, then there wouldn't be an opportunity to make content about it or build an audience from it or anything else. I've seen this literally happen. I live in Uganda, okay? And again, I used to be a lot more stronger as what you call a Pan-African. And to be fair, like a lot of the stuff that the FBA say, regardless of what you think about it, you're gonna get your Negro wake-up call when you come over to Africa anyway. You come over to the continent, yeah, a lot of the Pan-Africanism jargon and stuff, it's not a whole lot of weight to it. I'm still a Pan-African. I believe in the global ideology of blacks working together. But again, it's more or less of what can you do for me and what do you have, and we expect for you to do everything that you can do, and you don't get a whole lot of support from that. So there's a reason why people could feel slighted on either side, especially the hashtag FBA. The only way that somebody could even profit off of something like this is because that division does exist. And again, it's us versus them, not usually when it's us against them, but times them against us. And like, let me give you an example. Storytime music, I was in this diaspora group here in Uganda, okay? And there were some African Americans that are still in the group, and then you have some Uganda and Rwandese Americans. When it came to us, as far as what we had to offer the group, they wanted to know what we had to offer. They joined, we started it first. But then when it came to what they offered or what they could bring to the table, you would find that many times they would keep a lot of information to themselves, okay, at our expense. And this is not uncommon on the continent of Africa. Sure, you can have people who can help you out and be great. I mean, I've experienced it here. But on the flip side, you can also have people who want to keep pertinent information from you and just use it for themselves to bring up their own individual group. This is why blacks and Mexicans are having an issue right now during the ICE raids, and this is why African Americans have such an issue with certain Caribbeans or certain African groups, because the same things that we've accused Hispanics of, blacks have also accused some Africans and some Caribbeans of. Now, we're going to be honest, Caribbeans like Stokely Carmichael and like Louis Farrakhan, and some of them have been right there with us. So we don't typically look at them as we look at the Hispanics or whatever else, right? That doesn't really happen. The Africans, the continental Africans, more so. But the reality is that what blacks look at in the black world, African Americans or hashtag FBA, is that there isn't parity between the groups. Even the ones that come to the United States, it's like we sacrificed And then when they come here, then, hey, they're doing good and they're doing great. What are they doing for the struggle to help us out? And then when it comes back to their country, or to come back to Ghana or Uganda, you're on your own. Like Ugandan can come to Black America and get something going on the HBCU, but a Black American can't do anything in the continent without being rich. So I can understand the animosity. And Cam James is a very, very bright guy. But I think the underlying thing is there is a lot of truth to what is going on between hashtag FBA and the Hispanic community, or hashtag FBA, the Pan-African community, hashtag FBA and Caribbeans and continental Africans, not all, but some. And then there's some gripe there, right? And I used to be a more of a hardcore Pan-African. There's some gripe there, right? And I used to be a more of a hardcore Pan-African until I started learning that for myself. That, man, as much as, I was so big on Pan-Africanism and still is to a certain degree, I can't sit here and say that after living in Africa for 78 years, that Tariq Nasheed and Pharaoh Sadat and a lot of these guys, what they're saying about what's going on in Africa and the parity, it's true. It is true. To a certain degree, I've experienced it. I experienced that people want to use you and your community for what you can give and keep everything for themselves. I see it here. It's just something that happens. So to say that somebody is being divisive, I can get that. But the reality is that division has been there for a long time. When I was at Howard University, the Caribbean kids kicked it by themselves. The African Nigerian kids kicked it by themselves. I had a chick from Trinidad and Tobago. She had one of the fattest booties I've ever seen in my life. She said, I can't date you dudes. The reason why my parents said I can't date y'all, because you guys are Black American. And she was getting the full ride scholarships in mathematics from an HBCU. And her parents said, whatever you do, don't date a Black American. Even though she was getting a full ride scholarship to the school. I heard it myself. I saw it myself. I didn't even know that blacks had division until I got to Howard. So that was going on back into, anybody who went to HBCU in the East Coast, if you went to, University of Maryland East Shore, you went to Hampton, you went to Howard University, you saw it. Virginia State, you saw it. Delaware State, you saw it. Anything in the MEAC, you saw it. Morgan State, you saw it. Don't come in and act like you didn't see it. You saw it. It was evident. I don't know about now, but it was evident. Ethiopians and Richards on the whole other side of the yard. They didn't really rock with you like that. So if you want to call it a grip, okay, whatever. But that is what it is. So guys, we think it's your boy Ashley Jackson back at it again. Another episode of That's a Nervous Joker. Before I release for the bell. Welcome to your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network. You know where Negro news comes first, and I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news. As you know, I grew up in the black church like many of you. All the days of the week, you either a Bible study, prayer meeting, choir rehearsal, or the like. But man, everybody in the church ain't holy. And I noticed that when I was coming up. And today we have a particular horror story. It involves this young man right here by the name of J. Rod Walker. Now, he used to be in the church himself, but he stopped going to church because he wanted to find his true calling, which was clapping dudes' cheeks on OnlyFans. That's right. He is a gay, self-proclaimed corn star, all right? So he left church in Nashville, Tennessee to go ahead and clap dudes' cheeks and all that other stuff. Now, at the same time, Bishop Fred Matthews II, who is the pastor of the Triumphant Church, somehow got in contact with this dude. Now, before we get into what the contact was, here is Bishop Fred Matthews preaching right now.
You got to kill and let false stuff in your life. Once you identify that this is not the will of God, you got to end that relationship. Y'all want to talk to me in here?
Forget Ragnarok Online. Forget Stardew Valley. Introducing Tree of Saviors Neo, the groundbreaking MMORPG of 2025.
Remember? The will of God. You got to end that relationship. Y'all want to talk to me in here?
So that's the pastor, right? Upon just listening to him preach, we don't suspect anything. But the pictures will tell it all. But let's continue. Just a few days ago, Mr. J-Rock released some information about the...
Hello, can you hear me? What's going on? You make it to your destination? You can hear me? Well, I'm driving right now and I'm kind of... I can hardly hear you. What'd you say? Oh, well, I'm gonna stop in Pennsylvania tonight. I am almost home. I got about an hour to go. How was your drive? Did you make it? No, he'll be, I don't know if he'll be asleep, but yeah, he'll probably be asleep. And then I'm gonna leave out early tomorrow, so he'll still be asleep. No, he's gonna be at his mom. He's gonna be with his mom. Oh yeah, I'm gonna sleep with the sleeper. No, it stops in Minnesota, but I'm out of time. Huh? I am headed that way. Pennsylvania's along the way. I gotta go through PA. Well, I didn't have to go through PA. I could have went through New York. But I can get further this way. You look irritated. You all right? Nothing good. What'd you get? Jersey Mike's. Yeah. No, they don't. That bread isn't too bad. The bread isn't too bad. No. I didn't know that was an option. I just get a turkey sub. Just regular bread. haven't been there in some time. Nice turkey hoagie with provolone. You know the provolone. Come on, sing out loud, baby. Sing out loud. Let me hear you. What's next weekend? Oh damn, it is? Yeah, I'll be working. Yeah, I ain't worried about none of these holidays. I don't celebrate any holidays anyway, so huh? No. Well, I live a little. I'm not all work and no play. I like to have a good time too. But I'm gonna have it on my time. Cause it's my dime. Goes on in my mind. You understand me? For Saturday, oh, you have to be up that way on Saturday, but you're not gonna be there. You're gonna be up there, right? All right. How you doing tomorrow? Let me see. So, what area would I need to be around to run into a lady such as yourself? Where do I need to be to see you? Where do I need to be here to see where you gonna be? You be at different houses at different times? Well, it's gonna be, let's see. Let me see. I'm about to stop at 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 8 o'clock. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see how far I can get by 8 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, snap. Yeah, that's when I'll be there. Tomorrow. Wait, what day do I deliver? Listen, my days be long, yo. I'm trying to get it all together. Don't worry. I'll get it together one day. Let me see. Let me see. The 27th is Friday. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be there Friday. I did tell you Saturday. I have my days off, so because I thought I was leaving on I thought I was leaving yesterday, but I ended up leaving today because when they finished my truck, they wasn't finished, and I had to wait to get more work done this morning, which threw my day off. Misinformed myself, which in turn misinformed you. I wouldn't say it's a lot. I just did account for my situation. I misinformed myself, which misinformed you. Oh, shucks. He's excited to see me. What's this record? Don't tell me the record. Okay, all right. I said okay. That's your secret to bear. You don't have to tell. Could have made our life easier. I know it wasn't me. Let's go. Traffic. Make them hold the door for what? For ladies? Is that what you're asking? Oh, my son knows. My son knows what's up. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Please and thank you. Do you think? Bishop.
Hey, good morning. This is the day that the Lord hath made. If y'all gonna let anybody, if y'all just gonna let all the gay men preach to you, I might as well become a preacher today too. Okay? Y'all wanna come at me? Find my remote. Let me tell y'all something. And for the ladies that's up under my comments, I don't give two how loyal of a church member you are to anyone. Y'all's pastor on multiple occasions has been by me. I never met this man ever outside of me the 3 times that I did. I never knew this man was a pastor. I never knew this man had children. I never knew this man had a wife. I didn't know any of these things until yesterday. And I've been this man for almost a year now. Okay? I find it to be very disgusting that a man can come and get nothing by me and then go home and lay in the bed next to his wife as if nothing happened. I don't care how godlike it is or any of that. One thing you cannot do is knock me, because if it was your husband, if it was your wife, if it was your dad, you would want to know. And this man, when I watched, and somebody sent me a live yesterday, because y'all know I watched church service. I watched the church service for the first time ever that I watched Triumphant Church yesterday. Never even been there a day in my life. Never even knew this man. Never even knew this man's name until yesterday. And I went and watched it, and I immediately, the first thing that came to my mouth was, oh, that's the man I...
Damn! That shit is crazy.
Was, oh, that's the man I be. That's what I said out of my mouth. No shame. I can only be as real as I can be. I used to sit on this app and expose DLN back in the day. It's no way possible that y'all gonna even attempt to make it seem as if I'm on this app line. Girl, I don't have time today. I'd rather sit on here and argue with I don't really argue with than to be sitting on here arguing about a fucking pastor. Live in your truth, Bishop. You made a statement yesterday while you were preaching that just pissed me off. My pastor and them just called my phone to tell me and ask me questions about you. And they asked me, why would you do that? First and foremost, this man got a wife that he goes home to. Just say if I was sick with HIV, no shame. Say if I was sick with HIV and I'm in this man whole raw, and then he go home and his wife off. And now she got HIV, he got HIV, everybody just unsafe because her husband decided that he wants to have a double life. Her husband decided he wants to wake up on Sunday morning and go preach to the people and tell y'all in the sermon, this is what the man said yesterday, I wouldn't want nobody to lay their hands on me that's doing this, that, and this. But everything that you did, that you mentioned, just so happened you do that. You do all of that. I hate a pastor that try to get you saved, but won't with you at the same exact time.
Down! Did y'all hear that? He was basically clapping the pastor with no condom.
This nigga
and
dusty.
according to him, leaving it in. Now, I just got something to ask you, brother. I know you over there at Clap House University. You clapping cheeks and stuff, right? But why you not, you know what? I don't even want to ask you about your life because you over there doing whatever you're doing. It don't matter. I'm sorry. But then he goes on to an interview and he releases this information.
How did y'all meet? Like initially?
He talked to me about my. He was watching my.
Oh.
I'm sorry. He was watching my, which attracted him to my Jack account on Jack. Is what he told me. If you read the messages, the text messages that I posted, he talks about it. He talks about him being a fine. Sorry, how he watches my like that. That's what he said out of his own.
He subscribed.
Yeah, he got to have subscribed. Maybe if he paid me, he's definitely subscribed to my.
Wait. Gerard.
Yeah, he probably don't subscribe to the OnlyFans because he was getting them Becky and no shit. Ooh. Busted down. I was nothing in the past or so.
But wait, it gets more.
That man, no. Fourth thing, he is a gay, down low, bottom of the bird, never gonna be swim over dad who wants to call himself a bishop. You ain't bishop in a thing, but bishop in the your motherfucking house in this nutty, those kitty asshole. My dick the last time I
Wait. Hold on.
Very disgusting.
What he did? What?
He my.
Whoa. Now, I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to be all in your business, but the pastor's paying you $1,000. You didn't know the pastor was who he was. The pastor found you on a porn site, okay? And you leaving it in the pastor with no. Ain't that how y'all get AIDS? I mean, ain't that how people get STDs? Like you don't wanna. You know what? Again, man, I know what's supposed to be all in your business, but y'all gotta wear condoms, people. Like, what's going on with that? Y'all, this is Tennessee again. Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Florida, and Atlanta. All of y'all don't like never wearing no damn condoms, right? But it's okay. But here's what also happened. Once this information came out, the pastor went on to Facebook and told all his members to go over to Mr. J-Rock's page, block, and report. So basically, they blocked and report and got his Facebook shut down. He was banned for like 180 days. Well, he basically went onto Facebook, submitted his information, and now he's under a 24-hour ban. This dude is going all across the internet, and he's talking about what happened. Now, I'm gonna tell you, man, I had to go back and look at the pastor's picture, okay? This picture right here with his wife, this picture here is a little bit telling. This dude, he has that look, man. I'm not trying to be mean or funny, but if you were to tell me, like, what do you think about this guy? I'd be like, man, that dude goes to Clap House University. He looks like he's over there at Clap House. And he just looks like he don't like women, man. I'm sorry. Or he likes men, I would say that. You can just kind of tell. The way you gotta carry it, his swag is a little off. But I would have to really look at it. Guys, you gotta understand today. You can't be clapping females' cheeks or dudes' cheeks if you a pastor and don't nobody know about it. Somebody gonna find out. Even me as a YouTuber, okay? I can't hold the fact that I'm a YouTuber for so long. Somebody gonna find out. Oh, you O'Shea Duke Jackson? Next thing you know, he paid my bills, he clapped my cheeks, he bought some sandals. It's gonna get out there. People gonna know. You gotta be foolish to think that you out here doing whatever you doing and don't nobody know you. Especially a known OnlyFans model that got messages. You over here on people's PPs Are you for real? Your booty just on people's pee-pees? Next story. Imagine you with a chick and you taking her out. Now, every time you can't take her to nowhere nice. I'm just saying that's how it is, right? Sometimes you do for, and sometimes you can't, right? Imagine you take your chick out to get something to eat, and she say this.
Look at her. Y'all see this? Look at me. Y'all see how I look right now? This man that brought me on a date to Shake Shack. Like, of all places. Look at him. You got all the chains stuff like that on your neck.
Like that girl from
And that shit right here had been wrong.
Shake Shack is nothing wrong. And then you order the chicken sandwich and stuff. There's nothing wrong with Shake Shack. Shake Shack is a good spot. You tripping.
Really? So you couldn't tell me nowhere else better than Shake Shack?
Shake Shack is a good spot.
I mean, this is what you got me. That's it.
Would have loved to go to Shake Shack.
You got me 2 sandwiches and a drink.
And it cost me $50 for just this.
This cost you $50.
$50. It cost me $50.
Let me see the receipt.
You ain't got to see the receipt. That's how much it costs. You act like you ungrateful. That's why I don't like going on dates and stuff like that.
I mean, you be going out spending hundreds of thousands at the club and stuff like that. I don't see why I gotta come to Shake Shack.
The thing about this is this is lunch. And you said, let's go out for lunch. Surprise me. And I took you to Shake Shack. This is how you like.
Go ahead, start recording. I'm already in there.
I'm gonna show the internet.
Yeah, show them. Show them.
But you want to order like you still order like you want to eat. You still about to eat.
I ain't said the food was nasty. I just said I wanted something else.
You wanted to go to what? Where you want to go? Where do you want to go?
I mean, shoot. I live right here in Southside. I mean, all these fancy restaurants over here. We couldn't have got something that at least gave me some silverware. Okay, but check this out. Check this out, though. Hold on. I'm about to prove a point, though. Pick up your fork. Let me see your fork. Yeah.
Let's say this, man. I know that women want to go to nice restaurants, and it's okay to take your girl to a nice restaurant. It's nothing wrong with that. How you gonna get mad at the Shake Shack talking about because he's spending money, he's spending this and that, and it's where he's taking you out, you gonna put him on camera? I mean, I'm pretty sure he has done nice things to you. Ain't nothing wrong with no KFC. If I done took you nice places before, I done did nice stuff for you before, why you mad at KFC to Shake Shack? You better shut your ass up there. Is it free? Do you know there's some women out there that can't get a dude to buy them anything? Like, not consistently. Women gotta, I'm trying to tell you, ain't nothing wrong with the Shack sometimes. I can see it people all the time, but damn, it ain't your money. Why y'all be acting like that? Next story.
This viral shower head boosts water pressure and cuts your water bill by 30%. This dermatologist from New York just discovered how to transform your skin and hair with a simple shower head, and big water filter companies are furious. She created a device that purifies your shower water, making your skin softer and your hair shiny.
Why y'all be acting like that? Next story. Guys, you really gotta watch who you have babies by. So it won't matter. Woo! But this story is about Christian Rock now. She's about to be homeless, moved back into Blueface's space again, and now she's moved out. And they put her ass out again. She thinks she on that stuff. But this happened.
So I'm on my way to go get the rest of my stuff from the crib. I'm getting my removal tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll be streaming it on my Twitch. I'm gonna drop the link. So go follow my journey of letting go my past for real. But I'm finna go get the rest of my son's stuff. I'm going to go get my son's stuff. My son will never be in that house, live in that house. We'll never see him again. You know how hard it is to like take a bitch and then when it's a thing where the father figure, the father start disrespecting the child in a way where, as a mom, that falls on me. Bro, pray for me. For real. But I gotta live past it. I gotta get through it. I was human, bro. I just be praying right now. Because I gotta continue to get through this. I gotta be there for my son. I'm all he got. All he got.
Now she out here threatening, man. Listen to what she's saying. That he will never see the kid again. Ain't that crazy? Blueface, his family is never gonna see that kid again because she be damaged and stuff. That's why you gotta wear condoms, like I was trying to tell the brother in the first clip. Okay? You can't just be shooting everywhere. You can't just be, you gotta wear your condoms. You can't be just lining it up. I know y'all in Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, North and South Carolina. I know Carolinas don't like condoms. I know that. I already know that because y'all STD rate is, oh my God. Y'all don't like condoms at all. But y'all gotta stop just shooting off at everybody who got something wet, because you don't know what's gonna happen if you actually get a kid by them and they mentally unstable. Because this is always what's gonna happen. So guys, we had a great show today. We had some interesting people. We had the bishop who got his cheeks clapped, and then the dude said that he owed the bishops, right? Hey, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Then we had the Shake Shack couple. Then Christian Rock threatening Blueface, not going to let him see his kid ever again. Who will win the Dusty News Network of the day? Jeopardy music! Drum roll, please! It's the bishop! I had to get him. I couldn't even wait. Bishop Fred Matthews II. That means his daddy was the bishop. I think his daddy was a deacon or a pastor or something too, from what I can research. So your whole family in the ministry, and you out here living a lie. You're embarrassing your wife, you embarrass your kids, you embarrass your whole little congregation, and you out there basically just getting clapped, and you reached out while you was getting clapped. Like the dude didn't even know you. You a whole preacher in the ministry of a big church, and you gonna act like somebody don't know you, and you all the way on Facebook. How you think that somebody don't know you, man? It's the same thing that happened to Ted Haggard. Ted Haggard was in Colorado. He was like a big time preacher in the Assemblies of God's ministry, and he was paying a dude to clap his cheeks and was preaching against homosexuality, and then got exposed, tried to lie about it, and then got exposed. Lost everything he had. This is the same situation. The white version happened many years ago, the black version happened now, and your ass didn't learn any lessons. You're out of there. Throw that dust on him. It's over for him. Well, guys, that's my time. I gotta get up out of here. Subscribe hit the bell. Thank you for watching Destiny Network. I'm out.
Dear word game lovers, if you would like to improve your spellings and get better with words, this game is for you. Word Trip is one of the most challenging word games out there. It has soothing themes and music that are great for relaxing your mind. No annoying ads, no Wi-Fi needed. 100% free to play.
urge the public to keep a watchful lookout for the serial killer who remains at large and is extremely dangerous. You see this?
Now, San Bernardino Police Department should be held accountable for letting it get out of hand like this.
We are begging for you to help us.
Send the TRD Pro product for the Tundra that I paid for. Send the order. What's the problem? What other information do you need? Self-defenders, welcome back to Sanders Use Less Lethal. It's your host, LLC, aka Less Lethal Kurt. Today we're back with a 3-month review of me owning the Burner LE, just my thoughts and opinions, you know, some of the likes and dislikes. So we're going to go ahead and kick this one off. First dislike, I must say, is the 5-round magazine. That absolutely has to go. It should come with the 7-round magazine standard, you know, because when you're in battle with something or you need to save your life, you're going to need more rounds, the better. They have a 14-round clip out there. I can say you can get it from Amazon or eBay. I don't know the exact seller, but I'm going to look into that because the 5 rounds from the gate, like I said, negative from the gate. What I do like about it, a positive, is the consistency. Anytime I've put this on the range or anytime I've used it, it's always been consistent. Never misfired, never malfunctioned, nothing like that. I've owned another, I've owned the Salt Supply too. I loved it, don't get me wrong, but I had a lot of problems with that. Within the first week or two of owning it, did nothing wrong, oiled it, did everything I was supposed to do. You know, sometimes you get a shit one, sometimes you don't. Hey, it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But the burner's always been consistent. That's definitely a like. I also like the pull to pierce from the gate. That was one thing that led me to this launcher, because if you're in a situation where someone's on you, hitting someone with the end of it and hoping it goes off and hoping it gauges the CO2, good luck with that one. Not saying it couldn't, but I like that. That was definitely a positive, something I looked into and something that I considered when I looked into the launchers. Some of the dislikes is, if you rapid fire on a cold day, like right now where I'm at, it's cold, the CO2 starts to freeze up some. So when I'm on the range, I gotta slow it down, or I'll pull out a different launcher and I'll use that on the range. So I don't like that too much, you know, and wish it didn't freeze up as much. And I use the Humorex, which goes in there. So all in all though, I must say, this has been a great launcher for me. I've had it around 3 months, so I'll definitely be back within 6 months, 9 months, a year, hopefully years after that, to tell you how it's held up, you know, what it's doing, any malfunctions or whatnot. You can see I got the clips here, I got extra clips, you know, I got a laser light on there, that's a Solarfish, that's that $20 light, you know, and it's, like I said, it's definitely been a good launcher for me. I've loved it. From when I got this, it made me go get the TCR, made me get the Mission 4, you know, and just stay tuned because we got a bunch of videos on that. And guys, remember, go into that 1K giveaway. It's absolutely free. It just takes you a button punch. That's it. So remember,
unbelievable. This is a mecha versus zombies battle game. You can assemble different weapons to annihilate zombies in thrilling ways.
What you see beside me is a 1984 Goldwing that has been heavily customized, and this bike belongs to my father. So, in this video, we're going to ride it, and we're going to talk to him about what he's built. So here it is. This is the Goldwing that is affectionately known as Ruffian, and this is my dad who built it. So, Dad, tell me a little bit about this bike. When you bought it, it was completely factory, right?
Yeah, totally stock bike. I looked around Craigslist, eBay for quite a while, probably a year and a half or so, and found this low mileage bike, well maintained, second owner.
From there, well, it became very not factory afterwards. So let's kind of start towards the front and go towards the rear. So this front end, inverted forks, obviously not original to a Goldwing.
No, exactly, and I've never seen another one with inverted forks. This is off of a 2014 CBR 600RR, and I wanted to stay with all Honda parts on this bike. Thought it'd be a great look.
Well, all Honda parts minus a lot of the custom stuff, but
yeah,
at least in terms of the chassis.
Yeah, exactly. The tank, chassis, all the suspension is all Honda. So.
And then, of course, these tires. So you named the bike Ruffian after a racing horse, right?
Yeah, in the mid-'70s, a mare named Ruffian won every single race she ever entered until she broke down and had to be euthanized on the track. But she was just a tremendous horse, and I thought she was 16.2 hands, and so that's the theme of the bike, is homage to the horse Ruffian. I thought it was a cool name.
And then, of course, these tires, they're Pirellis, right? And they didn't come originally with the Ruffian script on them. So how did you do that?
So it's Pirelli, you're right, it's Pirelli tire, and then there's a company called TireStickers.com, and you design your own letters that you want to put on your tires. They do it for road cars, motorcycles, just about anything. So that's what I did, and you have to glue these on. I had to kind of scuff the sidewall so I'd get a good adhesion, and makes a good look.
Yeah, they look good. They look pretty factory. That went on really well. So continuing with suspension, this is also custom. So from the factory, the Goldwing frame extends further back, and then it's got dual shocks, very old school.
Right.
You can see a spot right here where the frame is plugged.
Right. So the frame would extend back and up. This is a lower shock mount here that came up, and of course you had your passenger seat. This area here on the Goldwing is where the fuel tank sits, and then there's a fuel pump over here that pumps it to the carburetors.
Yeah, so originally what looks like the fuel tank on the Goldwing is just a storage compartment. There's no gas up there.
Right, no gas up there. It's a storage compartment. It's like a glove box, and also the fuel fill is towards the back. It goes down to that tank, but it also creates space for an air box, an air cleaner. And I eliminated all of that. This tank is off of I think it was 78 or 79 CB550. Nice clean tank. Thought it would work really well, and it did. I had to do a lot of modification to tank to get it to flow fuel down to the carbs. And then a huge amount of modification in here. I don't know if you can see this. This is all pieces of metal I welded up, and you can see how the throttle system works, but that was all part of the airbox that I eliminated.
Yeah, basically all the linkage that controls the throttle on the carburetors was built into the airbox, and you wanted to go to pot filters, so you had to build something to house all of that.
Exactly, yeah, because when you go to a real tank up here, you don't have room for the airbox, so what a lot of guys do is they'll cut the airbox up so that the carbs still mount to it, and then they eliminate the filter. These are, yeah.
filter on my bike, so do modification here.
What looks like the fuel tank on the Gold.
Pamper Swaddlers keeps your baby comfortably dry all night long.
That's what I did, and you have to glue these on. I had to scuff the sidewall so I'd get a good adhesion, and makes a good look.
Yeah, they look good. They look pretty factory. That went on really well. So continuing with suspension,
I had letters that was rough, you know, that was a cool name.
and then of course these tires, they're Pirellis, right? And they didn't come originally with the ruffian script on them. So how did you do that?
So it's Pirelli, you're right, it's a Pirelli tire, and then there's a company called TireStickers.com, and you design your own letters that
TireStickers.com.
put on your tires. They do it for cars, motorcycles, just about anything. So that's what I did, and you have to glue these on. I had to kind of scuff the sidewall so I'd get a good adhesion, and makes a good look.
Yeah, they look good. They look pretty factory. That went on really well. So continuing with suspension, this is also custom. So from the factory, Goldwing frame extends further back, and then it's got dual shocks, very old school.
Correct.
You can see a spot right here where the frame is plugged.
Right. So the frame would extend back and up. This is a lower shock mount here that came up, and of course you had your passenger seat. This area here on the Goldwing is where the fuel tank sits, and then there's a fuel pump over here that pumps it to the carburetors.
Yeah, so originally what looks like the fuel tank on the Goldwing is just a storage compartment. There's no gas up there.
Right, no gas up there. It's a storage compartment. It's like a glove box, and also the fuel fill is towards the back. It goes down to that tank. But it also creates space for an air box, an air cleaner that sits underneath here. And I eliminated all of that. This tank is off of I think it was 78 or 79 CB550. Nice clean tank. Thought it would work really well, and it did. I had to do a lot of modification tank to get it to flow fuel down to the carbs. And then a huge amount of modification in here. I don't know if you can see this. This is all pieces of metal I welded up, and you can see how the throttle system works, but that was all part of the airbox that I eliminated.
Yeah, basically all the linkage that controls the throttle on the carburetors was built into the airbox, and you wanted to go to pod filters, so you had to build something to house all of that.
Exactly, yeah, because when you go to a real tank up here, you don't have room for the airbox, so what a lot of guys do is they'll cut the airbox up so that the carbs still mount to it, and then they eliminate the filter. These are K&N pod filters, and I definitely want a filter on my bike, so I want to be able to ride it. So.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back is just the beginning. With no annual fee. Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
Be able to ride it, so.
So now I finally get to take this bike for a ride. As my dad was walking me around this, was genuinely the first time I've actually seen this bike built up in person. And it sounds good. It's got a good rumble to it. So these are my first impressions of it. I rode this bike when it was completely original, but that was a long time ago, and it's very different now. Something that my dad had to deal with to put both this tank and these forks on here is pretty limited turning radius, but it's only really an issue, I guess, for low speed maneuvering. Alright, first time pulling out onto the road, on my dad's very cool, very custom Goldwing. So this is a really cool bike, and actually the riding position is better than I would have expected from looking at it. These handlebars have a little bit of a lift to them, so you're not leaned over super far. You've got a decently upright riding position, which you don't usually get from a custom bike that is this low and this custom.
So continuing with the rear suspension, so in order to get this more monoshock style, I mean there's dual shocks, but dual monoshocks. In order to get this style to work, you got to fabricate your own suspension, and then these are also offered.
The CBR 600RR, and I figured one wouldn't be enough, so I went ahead with two. I welded all of this up, fabricated all of this. I've got these L channels here. This is all steel I added because this is the drive shaft, not really made to carry a load. And then I've got another piece on the other side. You know, built these brackets and welded this all up, and it works really well actually.
And one cool thing is that all of these suspension components were taken from a 2014.
2014, yes, a 30-year time span between the original bike and some of the newer technology.
Which is just kind of a fun little detail. And then of course I really like, so you've got this hoop with lights integrated into it. So here, can you flip the key on and show the turn signals? So there you go. The turn signals are built into the license plate and also into the hoop on the rear. And then driving...
Let me hit the brake for you real quick.
Oh yeah, nice. So most hoop light systems are not super visible, but that's actually pretty decent.
I'm surprised with how smooth this bike rides. I would have thought that maybe because there's two monoshocks on the back, that it would feel a little stiff on the back end, but it's very smooth. The handling is definitely interesting when you change the geometry of the way that everything was meant to be from the factory, of course. Yeah, it just changes the way that the bike handles. I notice as you lean into a corner, a lot of times the forks really want to turn towards the direction that you're leaning, and I've noticed that on a couple other custom bikes. But it's a really fun bike to ride, and I mean, a bike like this again is largely about the look.
This bike also has a really interesting display from Moto Gadget on it, so tell me a little bit about this. What does it do?
You've got RPMs along the top, speed.
Oh, it even tells you the temperature.
Yeah, I'm showing temperatures, the temperature sensor. But you can customize the display.
What is that?
It's NPH.
NPH.
So it's kind of like a, you know, I don't love this display. It's a little bit like a dot matrix printer, actually. I glance at it sometimes. I don't see what it's saying to me, but it's a quality component. But yeah, you can either set it to metric, standard, or English, and of course I have it on Fahrenheit and miles per hour. So, but you can tell it to display whatever you want. Radiator temperature. It'll even tell you acceleration, race, or braking.
Really?
Yeah.
My favorite thing about this bike is just the paint. So you painted this all in your own paint booth, right?
Yeah, and you know, as I'm sure most people know, the majority of bikes, black frame, silver motor. That's certainly what this bike was when I bought it. I thought, let's swap that around. So I painted the block gloss black, two-stage gloss clear on top of black base coat, and then everything else is satin. And I thought, you know, I'll go silver with the frame, some of the engine components, muffler, go silver, and yeah, so that's the look I went for.
And then this exhaust is pretty cool. I like that it's symmetrical, so you've got dual exhaust. How did you find this? This was a pre-made header and everything?
No, so these are the original pipes, and then they came back and they teed together. And then they had these long, straight mufflers, kind of low and going straight back. And So I cut that off, then welded in a pipe that would fit this muffler. That's just a off-the-shelf muffler, and
I like that it follows the angle of the frame, and the bike's also got a pretty good noise. You want to fire it up?
Let's fire her up.
One of these lunches has a peanut lover's favorites.
While the ice race continued, the beef between blacks and Mexicans continued to get worse. Mexican OT, a Hispanic rapper, defended his right to use the N-word and told other people that had a problem with it, what are you going to do about it? And of course, this put off an alarm to the African American community. Number one, Hispanics are replacing blacks in America, not just Mexicans. We're talking about Colombians, we're talking about Dominicans, we're talking about Venezuelans, and of course Mexicans. This takes away the opportunities from blacks to get what they want, such as civil rights. And if you look at civil rights, the Hispanic struggle for civil rights is closely tied to the black civil rights struggle. So then they also benefit because they're minorities. And at the same time this is happening, a lot of Hispanics are now overrunning historical black communities, especially in LA and Chicago and places like that. We already know the tension between blacks and Mexicans and the recent migrant crisis over the last 2 years. This has created a conundrum in which Hispanics and blacks are at each other's necks. We all know that the ICE raids are one big part of it. You see, blacks are not supporting Hispanics in the ICE raids, and that's for good reasons. But we're gonna also talk about one thing that's particular, the disrespect from the Hispanic community.
Forget Ragnarok Online, forget Stardew Valley. Introducing Tree of Saviors Neo, groundbreaking MM.
From the Hispanic community towards blacks. Rewind! Let's go back to Mexican OT and his right to want to use the N-word. Although this is insensitive and disrespectful, you also want to use the N-word while attaching yourself to hip-hop culture, which also is black. Not only do you want to display yourself as a go-to Mexican / black style of rapper, you want to be able to say whatever you want to say about black people. But not all Hispanics feel this way.
Latinos and Hispanics, more specifically non-black Latinos and Hispanics, will pretend that the N-word is not offensive, but then get offended by being called something like Latinx. Non-black Latinos will pretend that the N-word is not offensive, but then get offended when you ask them to not use the N-word. A common thing that you'll hear Latinos say when they're called out for using the N-word is, well, if I can't use it, they can't use it either. They referring to black people. And that begs the question, why do you want to say it so much? Latinos, you have so many alternatives to use. Latinos have a whole other language of words that they can use instead of the N-word, like fu, ese, whatever you want. But instead you choose the N-word. And it's one thing to use the N-word and then change your language when somebody tells you it's not okay. It's another thing to defend your use of the N-word because you're too lazy to expand your vocabulary. And a lot of Latinos will go on and say, well, it's not that big a deal, you know? I have black friends and I say it around them and they don't mind. And that's fine. Sure, if your black friends are okay with you saying that, that's them. But let's be honest, if you are a non-black person using the N-word, you are very careful with who you use that word around.
In this particular clip, this guy is saying, listen, Hispanics understand that it is wrong for them to use the N-word, all right? They understand that. And we have many other words to do it. But again, at the same time, if you call Hispanics Latinx, they are upset. And this is a hypocrisy that the blacks see. The black community has historically stood up for Hispanics in America in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And when they've stood up for them, they've gotten nothing in return. And in some parts of the country, like Los Angeles, Chicago, they've seen their neighborhoods overrun with Hispanics. And then also now these Hispanics are hostile towards these very same blacks. And then to make it worse, while this is happening, you still want to be able to have access to the N-word, but you don't want blacks to be able to call you the same thing.
What?
But it gets worse.
Because you know that the moment you use it around the wrong person, that you will get checked, and it won't be as nice as somebody telling you to not use the word. Let's stop playing dumb. I heard somebody say that if we can't use the N-word, then black people can't eat tacos. As if eating some culture's culinary items is the equivalent of using a racial derogatory slur that was meant to dehumanize me. It is not the same. It is not an equivalence. Don't play